It is finally the last day of the PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle, rather, Chapter 2. And it's been 4 days, guys. It's been 4 wonderful days, and there were so many stories to tell in the last 3 days. There was a sudden, sharp turn of some teams, and even some other teams of I don't know what happened after like the second or third day. They did so well in day number one, and you know what? Lots of things could happen in the span of 4 days, and we all witnessed that in this tournament. And so, guys, this is the last day of the grand finals, and we're so here for it. Once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Mike is with me.
Yep. Thank you so much for that, Annie. And definitely, we're gonna be ending our chapter 2 for the PUBG Mobile Invitational Southern Battle tonight. We will know the top 5 teams will be receiving the prizes. We would also know our MVPs, and then again, I'm excited as you are, and of course the viewers as well. And yeah, there are still a lot of prizes coming up. We have those for the MVPs. We have those for the team rankings during the previous days, and of course the overall. So that is gonna be very interesting to see later on, because we're gonna be with you for the last 6 games, just to give us a, just to let us know how heavy it really is. But here we have again our sudden surprise. We have the daily bonus from the number 1 to number 3 ranks. Number 1 will be getting $50, $30 to the second, and $20 to the third, which that was like the thing I mentioned a while ago. During the previous days, the top 1 to top 3 teams will be receiving those prizes.
Yes, and that is the daily bonus. So each day will have 100 US dollars bonus. Obviously from the name. So it's really great. That's on top of the prize pool that we already have. But yes, this is the calendar of our tournament, and November 2025 it is going to be going from 13 to 16. That's 4 days. As we mentioned, we have 18 teams participating, and we have 6 matches per day, which you guys already know so well. We already know that it goes from Rondo and then 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars. And the teams went through all of that for the last 3 days. But yes, this is the point system. It's all the same. Still 10 points for the first placer. Anything else? We'll go through a little bit of a decrement, but here the placement points will start at eighth place, and of course each elimination will be 1 point, which is gonna be a total prize pool of $1,000, which we saw a while ago. And yes, this is the list of the playing teams. We saw these guys in action already for 18 maps. And so I think we have a pretty good idea as to which teams to look out for, especially Alliance, who managed to hold on to their number one spot. And then we have Team Flash that suddenly jumped up in rank like in maybe like 3 or 4 maps. And also we have, I mean, the likes of DRX, Inner Circle, and as a lot of other teams. So this is the dropzone prediction for Erangel. I think we're gonna be going to Rondo first though, so let's just see what happens later on. But I hope to see something interesting to happen, like especially since this is the last day of our grand finals.
Yep. For this last day, I do, I think I'm expecting some strategies, like maybe more on to playing safe, because the top 5 teams will be trying their best to hold on to their current spots and maybe even rise, but the rest would be more aggressive. So at the end of the day, I do still think that it's gonna be a bit passive from here this point forward, especially the rounds where it's the first time playing that map, like maybe you're around game 2 where it's the first time playing Erangel, or game 5 it's the first time playing Miramar. Still, nevertheless, we're gonna be seeing how they play and how they rank later on, and who knows, maybe there's gonna be another surprise. Maybe there's gonna be another team that will suddenly jump towards the top 5. But yep, here we have already on our screens game number 1 already beginning right here in Rondo.
Yep, and there we have it, the first map for tonight for the day number 4 of our grand finals. Unfortunately, it's just one flight path for this Arondo map. I don't remember if the last 3 days. I think there were also single flight paths, which is kind of unfortunate. I kind of want to see like the double flight path. It's kind of one of the charms of Rondo. But still, everyone's gonna be dropping off from either the west part of Rondo all the way to the northeast. So, if I remember correctly, the number of recall towers are probably gonna be harder to, um, reach to, in this situation. But still, the teams will work around it as they should. And speaking of being the last day, it's gonna be the last 6 chances of these teams. And I know these guys are fatigued. They have other tournaments to attend to, especially earlier than this one. So not only do they have like practice chances up against other teams, this is the time that either they learn from their mistakes or they're so fatigued that maybe they'll fall off. But that's something we'll find out later on because I just saw a machete kill right there. So then again, this is Rondo. There's still gonna be a lot of recall towers, but still the fact that they're already picked off so early on, hopefully they bounce back really really soon.
And yeah, here we have it once again. Still 17 teams. No major casualty, but Team Flash should be suffering a huge drawback since they're gonna be left with one member and only with 1 point as well. So also having to experience that onto the second minute mark, so it will really set them off quite far. For now, Burmese goals are on the move, getting a hit and now attacking Tianba, which I think leaves Tianba with 2 members remaining. On the other hand, Xavier also against ASTRUM DEUS, which could set them up later on, considering ASTRUM DEUS position in the rankings. So this could be the moment right there. Also, on the other hand, Vampire Esports are invested in another fight, and I think they're just clearing that one out. But right here, live, that we're gonna be looking at the DX Xavier and clearing that one with, and yep, there we have it. It's gonna be another kill, and DX still makes it into the game.
Nice, nice, nice. No team elimination yet, so we don't have to worry too much about the players getting picked off because as long as they have at least one player on standby, then they can go ahead and get to the recall towers and bring their teammates back. So that's exactly what's happening to maybe Tianba or Team Flash, which is just a one-man team right now. And the thing about Rondo is it's a whole different play style from Erangel and Miramar. This is gonna be a 3-1 push, especially with the one not really pushing, they're just on standby trying to stay alive. But over here we're watching DRX is 6A finding some shots up against 2 players of VPE. I mean, you're looking at this. Both of those sprays are actually resulting into knocks. I'm not sure if it will be confirmed, but anyways, Paradin will be falling as they step outside of the door. Levisto is gonna be just right behind him, but whether or not they can go ahead and give this revive, maybe not. That might not be so much of a priority. They can just leave him be to the recall tower. But over here, 6A, after getting those 2 knocks, unfortunately, it did not become a confirmation. I can see that they still have 0 eliminations, but here there was a Vampire Esports right behind this guy. Turned a little bit too fast, but it's okay. DRX is still a 2-man team, so everyone can just chill. They can go ahead and get to the recall tower and reset.
Yep, and for now, Astrumdeus also getting to those points in. But right here, we are watching another team, Vampire Esports, also against Loops. Oh, yeah. The grenade, hoping to connect him down, goes into pop, and he falls down. Waiting for that elimination, and Vampire Esports will lose 1 member. The rest of the teams, it looks like they're gonna be in a very high intense energy right now. Since there are gonna be a lot of fights. Loops into inner circle, and then there's gonna be another alliance as well coming to fights. But right here, Loops are on fire as now they're chasing them down, and we know that Loops has been performing quite well yesterday, and they're bringing that energy back into the game right here against inner circle. They will lose some members, but they will probably make it since they only lost one, and just in time to revive them. Inner Circle are prepared for another fight.
Yes, and it looks like Inner Circle. Yes, they already have the recall towers on their side. Inner Circle's T24 is going to be dropping in. And here we have both from Team Flash finds a one from Ruby Schools. In fact, it's gonna be Bose who's gonna be traded off, but it will be Alpha 7, so it might be a three-way, maybe even four-way situation where Team Flash is at. So that's A7. That's Team Flash. Oh my gosh! Team Flash actually got completely eliminated. No, 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 no. This is impossible because I'm seeing 16 teams, so something's up. It's the Xavier that got eliminated off, I believe. Okay, you know what? Let's just confirm that later on. But right now, what I know, there were a couple of pickups from the side of Team Flash, and there's several teams that kind of got picked up. You can see Inner Circle; they're kind of still on the ground. Loops can probably step out and finish them off, but here we have it. Okay, we finished off Noki. That's the fourth elimination for these guys. And we still have 57 players left remaining. But oh gosh, I see. Inner Circle. Loops got I got I don't know, surprised I suppose, because Inner Circle was just right there. They were trying to revive. They heard the footsteps. They picked off, and I'm not sure what the fate of Loops is gonna be, but Circles definitely has another elimination on their side.
And for now, Inner Circle still makes it out alive. Three members in, only losing one. That's gonna be Falak. And I think the coast is clear for Inner Circle for them to continue looting and move to another place later on. INF also just doing the same thing, looking for new places to go to, and being wary of any enemies nearby. Do think they will not be spotted, and yeah, they're just gonna be looking for another place to stay for now. And the rest of the teams, I think they will lay low just a little bit since they it's still quite early into the game, and 16 teams are still alive. And again, the Xavier, however, will be saying their goodbyes. It's gonna be very unfortunate, which considering that the Xavier was performed well during the early days, and now they have been surpassed by different teams. So it's gonna be a very sad one. Hopefully they can come back, and hopefully they can um, bring the energy back and be able to rise to the top.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the Xavier was amazing, but it's just the fact that they got overshadowed. They're still an amazing team, but there's so many great names that are competing in this tournament, and I know that they're all just working to get to that PMGC. So hopefully this is gonna be something that a lot of teams can benefit from, and if not, then at least they got a chance to go up against some pretty staple names over in the esports scene, and not just in Southeast Asia. We even have East Asian teams, belt teams. We have South Asia teams as well. So it's absolutely amazing. And I think I remember Virtus Pro isn't even from, actually Russia's from Asia. I remember their flag is Russian. So it's just amazing that we're bringing so many wonderful like players together. But over here, Alpha 7, they're hunting one last player for TIANBA, and they absolutely find GG Bond. I don't know if GG Bond's alone, but GG Bond got knocked down, so that means there's someone else. Okay, there we go. Milu also gets knocked down by Alpha 7. Finish them off. And now there's one more player in Tianpa, but it's not within this vicinity. I reckon that they're probably standing by on a recall tower. So Alpha 7 Gaming's probably gonna rotate out of this blue zone already. It's still 9 minutes in the game, so the damage is probably still tankable with a bunch of healing items. But still, they have to get out of there. There's nothing left for them here, so they're gonna go.
And for now, still they're gonna be looking for a different place to go. With their cars, they do have access to a lot of areas in the map, and in tooling right here, it does look like INF will be staying. DRX also waiting for maybe later to move forward, and or maybe they're just waiting for other areas to pass. other teams to pass through that area, and maybe they can get those kills. So yeah, everyone is laying low, and it's good. That's what we really expect in 10 minutes into the game, and especially that they have started some fights a while ago, and they also have to be careful since it's their only chance at playing a rondo map, and they have to give it their all. Virtus Pro, they do have a good area, and I think they're gonna be staying for a while. Tianba, since they're only left with two members, and being spotted as well, they have to move back. They have to move to a different location. But it was a very, very risky thing to do.
Yes, absolutely. And this is the last Rondo map, so they have to make the most out of it, especially since this is the map. Total eliminations can go up to 100 for the whole match. Even I think the last few days, the highest I saw was 110. So this is their chance to get as much points as possible. But over here, DRS getting hit by A7 from another angle. Gypsy is going to be on the ground and is actually surrounded by A7. This is not a good look. So their best bet is kind of to maybe back away, especially since I can see all it's not going to be safe for them to stay here. And either way, one of them has to get away from this place and stand by on the recall tower. And the two could be like potentially stay for the fight, but they have to get away with this because
Mm-hmm.
oh my.
Nope. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think right here. Oh, there's gonna be one spotted by the hands of Virtus Pro. Weibo Gaming onto the move as well, but now they're gonna be invested in another fight. A few shotguns will miss, but it will claim alive, and Virtus Pro will be eliminated. Weibo Gaming currently up and running as after claiming one team. On the other hand, Burmese Goes doing the same thing against Alpha 7. DRS Gaming, on the other hand, will be looking for a different place to go. Team Flash will not be done and will be taking members for the side of Weibo Gaming, and I think they have plans on wiping them out, and they actually did get wiped out. So Weibo Gaming will be saying their goodbyes for now. And Flash already on the move as they hunt Burmese Goals. They are not done. They are hungry more than ever, and they're just gonna be chasing them down.
Absolutely. And we're down to 13 teams. So that's four teams that have been picked off already, which is unfortunate because, as we said, yes, this is a rondo. And this is the chance to get as much total points as possible. So we have to make the most out of this. Burmese Schools going up against Loop. Attempts on the sprays, but Yatka, I don't know his position whatsoever, but there's a bunch of trades here and there. Shooting at the car. There's one down from Loops. I think one is about to lose their lives. Very low on health on the red. In fact, that's 1/4 of their health. Here, Unknown will probably go back and try to revive some of their players. Maybe finish off some of Loops just to secure those elimination points. But over here, A7 is also in the mix. This is going to be a little bit interesting.
Yep, yep.
Burmese both might be in that.
Yeah. Here we have it, another Alpha 7 taking them down. And that would mark the elimination for Burmese Goes. And still, while everything's still happening, everything's still unfolding, RQ Ryu would also be wiping down DRS. Still DRS making two of their members alive. Will be trying their best to move away from that one. Or maybe they could face the music and just fight them all, everything, and definitely the other teams, they're currently just looking for a different timing. I do understand though that others have already met different teams, and they're on their way to just clean them up, but the other teams, they're still gonna be hiding, or maybe just waiting for other teams to come by, and hopefully they can go to that fights. But currently, just reviewing our scoreboard right here, we have Alliance with 4 points, Flash with 5, and I think they have plans on increasing that one, because just now, Team Flash has already added another point in the kill feed. I don't know if they were able to confirm that kill, but I think not. But they are on fire. That's all I can say. They are doing it again and surprising us since day number three.
Yes,
Mhm.
absolutely. And we're gonna be watching out for the other teams here. I think we can see Team Flash finding Tianpa once again. Tianpa is down to one player just based on this leaderboard, and it looks like Anching will be ran over. And I can see that the team numbers have actually gone down, so it looks like Tianpa has been picked off completely. I think. I believe so. Now we're down to 11 teams. Team Flash right here on our screens. There's also Alliance nearby. So far, the defending rank number one. The question is, will these guys defend their place on the leaderboards? Seems like Team Flash climbing into the rankings. So hopefully we can see some.
Ooh, yep. RRQ also getting one down from ASTRUM DEUS. Loops falling down by the hands of Alpha 7, and that's gonna be another elimination. Ryu moving away, trying to look for the different location. ASTRUM DEUS
Something
gonna be
interesting here.
into.
RQ up
Ooh.
against AD.
Mhm. Yep. RQ Ryu just crouching down a little bit more, a little bit more. For our Ryu would look for the perfect timing right here. Influence, Rage also being falling down one by one by the hands of Ryu. And I think they are not done, but the third party will join into the fight. It's going to be Thundertalk Gaming, flashing and very, very aggressive on that one. RQ Ryu still answering to the call and taking down the members of Influence Rage. They could make this one out alive. Who knows? I do think, however, Influence Rage could look for a way right here to pop off. And he spots member down from RQ Ryu, and I think that would mark the elimination for their team. And Influence Rage reigns supreme. Thundertalk Gaming, on the other hand, would be somewhere at the distance and they're just looking for a different way to target. Team Flash as well, also from the outer part of that area, and we'll just be looking for those runners. Mm-hmm. Yep, there you have it. Alpha 7 getting one down from the side of DRS. I think they have just claimed another elimination right here. Team Flash already spotting those cars down. I will be gunning them down. DRS already eliminated in the game right now. 8 teams remaining. 18 minutes into the game. And a few more teams to claim the name and the title later on. For now, Vampire Esports doing some God's work right here and taking down Ashram Deus. Inner Circle also doing the same thing against Alpha 7, and they're just gonna be removing one member by one member. And Inner Circle IQ right here, almost a little bit more, one more hit before he falls down. I think he still makes it out alive, but nope, he will fall down. And yep, here we have it once again. Inner Circle will get and will bite the dust. Now left with 6 teams. Team Flash looking for a different area to cover, and they would be just laying things low for a little bit. And for this one, I think we are now settling things down a little bit. Oh, I think it's not yet done. Thundertalk Gaming is still continuing with the rampage. Finds one, hoping to confirm that kill. But I guess not for now. They will not be very aggressive for now, just to make sure that uh, they will not get spotted as well. Because if you get greedy as well, you will be punished for that. So they are taking their time, and yeah, for now, just taking things slow. Thundertalk Gaming will find one from Astrum Deus. Flash as well, still with their 3 members. Alliance still up and running. Their current nemesis right here for Flash. It's interesting to see that there are also 3 teams, the top 3 teams rather, are still alive. So they will be the 3 teams that will be gunning for that number one spot right now. So
Yes.
it's gonna be very, very interesting.
Yes. it's already interesting. I mean, ADs could be down, and it looks like Vampire Esports finds A7. A7 still full man squad, but Pose has them under scopes. Flash already 7 eliminations, which is honestly maybe a little bit lower than I expected. This is Flash is kind of a little bit flashy, especially yesterday when they bounced back. But over here, we're also watching A7 going up against VPE, and Newsy falls off their own car, I believe. That's the only reason I could possibly think of for this happening. But over here, Vampire Esports are finding A7 one after the other. I believe that was 2 knockdowns, and with the confirmation to go along with it, now it's just Gorillo having to deal with 3 Vampire Esports right in front of him. And there's a Team Flash right behind us. This guy is pinned between a rock and a hard place, and this guy is also on fire and not in a good way. Is gonna be suffering just a little bit. Can heal up, but they're down to one last healing kit and 10 bandages, so might not be a good thing. And here we have Team Flash is already gonna be coming in. I mean, victory is already picked up, but it's okay. Everyone else is still here. It looks like Zeus has their chance to go to the airdrop, and there's also loops nearby that they have to worry about. That's not loops, that's alliance. I just went with the color. And Thundertalk is also within the last of 5 teams, so you can tell these are amazing teams. Alpha 7, although they're ranked number 10, this is also their one of their weakest points as well. So here we have Alpha 7. Carilho is going to be putting their scopes up against Vampire Esports. And Vampire Esports, they're within the vicinity. They're just waiting for a little head to pop out. And then once they get the hitbox that they need, they'll go ahead and try to swoop in and get that elimination. But right now, since it's Rondo, it's 21 minutes. And in fact, this is a stage 6 circle. I don't know if there is a recall tower nearby. So this is going to be a do or die situation. All they have right now is their cars, quite an open field, some boulders, some triangles, and they're going to go ahead and try to pick each other up and, try to get that chicken dinner. We down to 5 teams, 15 players left remaining. And true to the nature of these top, at least 5 teams alongside A7, they're still competing. They still have something to lose. They still have a chance on that prize pool. They want to get as high of a rank as possible. So they're gonna work extra hard in order to get as much points as possible and get as high of placement points as possible, and also deny points from their own competitors.
Mhm. And for now, still we are left with 5 teams and already 23 minutes into the game. Flash will take one down from Alpha 7. The grenades coming in. And Alpha 7 Esports would be eliminated. One member from Alliance gets spotted with the ghost guns. They will have to move back and will have to seek for some cover in order for him to heal himself up and maybe join into the fight later on. But there are also a lot of teams that are facing them. It's gonna be Vampire Esports and Team Flash. Right here, Team Flash has been more active than ever. I think we're gonna be seeing the aggression of Team Flash. I think they will be surpassing them later on. We just need a few more points and maybe a chicken dinner. But we also have Thundertalk Gaming who is slowly catching up to them. So we have here the 4 teams. We have also the current number 5 holder, which is gonna be Vampire Esports.
Absolutely. And 23 minutes, or rather 24 minutes into the game, that circle is going to be really small at this point. And there's a lot of clustering that we can see. There's also Thunder Talk, which frankly, they haven't been making that much noise in this situation, in this particular situation, especially since Vampire Resource is so proactive. And of course, A7, yes, they were holding their ground, but over here we can see Alliance already starting a little bit of aggression, but some damage against Vampire Esports, but not followed with anything else. Still rather Alliance and Thunder Talk are still 4-man team. Team Flash and Vampire Esports each a 3-man team as well. So these teams have actually a pretty good chance of all getting the chicken dinner, and that's also going along with the fact that these guys are on the top five. So you can tell that their skill is already translating to their rankings on the game. So it's just absolutely amazing to watch. We can see Team Flash has 9 eliminations already. Thunder Talk a little bit low at 2. And then we have Alliance has 5, and Vampire Esports absolutely an eliminations of for Vampire Esports, and so I mean they're all just trying to climb up and try to get as much placement points as possible. But they have to go up against some pretty big names. I mean, Alliance is making a name for themselves, but Team Flash is just 1 point behind them. So let's just see what happens. If Alliance gets picked off before Team Flash, then they're going to be losing their spot in the rankings. They have to be very, very careful.
Hmm. And for now, since we are still, playing things a little bit safer, for teams still up and running, almost heading on to the 26 mark. Team Flash will just be looking for other teams while also providing cover with the type of terrain that they're currently in, and Alliance also doing the same thing, but with using smokes just in case if they have to move, at least they have some areas to cover. And yeah, Alliance throwing another grenade, hoping to at least get some down. But I think they will not find any. It is beneficial for Alliance since they have those pyramid obstacles they can use later on. But if a grenade is gonna get thrown at them, it would definitely hinder them later on.
Absolutely, and they're going to be watching out for any sort of danger that might happen. And this game is kind of drawing out, so we have a couple of seconds left to go before the stage 8 circle. And despite the circle being so small, they're still not making any initiatives. So you can see how much these teams are taking this seriously. They want as much points as possible. They're already nearing the end of this tournament, and this is going to be their last chance for Rondo. And with that, there's even 14 players left remaining. So that's maybe at least 10 points that they can get all by themselves. But here we can find the first pick off. That's going to be Zeus from Team Flash getting picked off by Thunder Talk. So Thunder Talk managed to cut down Team Flash into a two-man team, which might be a little bit easier on the other teams. But here we can have Tops throwing a grenade, a little bit of sprays up against Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports, are they gonna take the damage? It looks like they'll be able to avoid it. There's another grenade cooking somewhere in the western part of their position. Tops throwing another grenade alongside their partner, Bose. But here, we're kind of just waiting for something to happen. We can see Vampire Esports put a little bit of damage against their team. And wow, that's a great shot from Red Bull going up against Bose. Bose will be knocked down. Question is now, will they still be able to revive Bose, or will Tops just cut down their losses, try to make this into a one-man team, because that's exactly what happened. Both got sent to the lobby, no chance whatsoever on the revive. But over here, everyone else, Lions, the Thunder Talk, they're still a four-man team. Vampire Esports cut down to 3, but still, Team Flash is still trying to hold on. We can see Alliance trying to go up against Thunder Talk, try to spray on their cars just so they can't use it anymore. And Thunder Talk, they have one down player, but they can still revive, especially since they have the numbers advantage. Over here, we also have actually, we also have a Vampire Esports trying to hold their ground as well. This is a three-way fight from now on, and all for one. All for One's kind of taking a bit of damage from Vampire Esports as well. It's just pokes after pokes for some of these teams, but they're not gonna be going all out just yet. They're still holding on to their own corner in the circle. And the fact is, it's almost 30 minutes into the game. That stage 9 circle is gonna close in 2 minutes if nothing else progresses.
Yup, and with 3 teams remaining, the smokes also providing them more cover. Vampire Esports on the move. They do have the higher ground right here, but they could get spotted if it comes down to shove. The grenade coming in, and Nuzi will fall down. Will be needing some backup. Jay as well will also fall down. Thundertalk Gaming already losing one. Same goes for Vampire Esports. They will still put up a fight. Red Bull going in for shots but are missing those, and the bodies will be able to dodge them. He will be able to collect some shots but will not be able to finalize them, and they are just being hunted down as well. Alliance will probably take it a few steps back and just heal themselves up. Vampire Esports, if they have grenade, then they could reply, but I think another member will be falling down, and still with remains their last member is gonna be Meow, and I think Alliance are just gunning them down and chasing them down. Thunder Talk, on the other hand, is laying it a little bit low, and will probably capitalize on this later on.
We have Alliance. They could go really aggressive here. There's only one last player from Vampire Esports, and despite that, Alliance still got knocked down by one player. Vampire Esports, yes, they got eliminated off, but Alliance has the upper ground right now. Thunder Talk is just one last player, and that's exactly what happened. Alliance finishes the job in. That's the first and last chicken dinner for the Rondo, not only for this day, but for the whole tournament. And now I'm excited to see what the final points is gonna look like, because yes, I mean, Alliance did have that chicken dinner, but there's some other teams that got double digits on the eliminations. So I want to see what the final rankings and what the final match points are gonna look like. But before that, yes, Alliance once again proving why they are the team that are in rank number one right now. It's just absolutely amazing. And of course, the fact that the top five teams were just playing up against each other in the last few minutes of the game just goes to show that they're all worthy of holding their spots in the rankings. It's just absolutely amazing to watch.
Mhm. And with that, here we have it. Our winners once again: Alliance, 11 eliminations and a total damage of 1,634. Currently leading in their team is Go 42, and with a 551 damage, 5 eliminations, and 1 assist. So there is a lot of teamwork right here. But in terms of eliminations, it is kind of justifiable. But we also have our head-to-head for the top two players in this map. We have Revo 77K with 1,037, 377 damage, and Red Bull from Vampire Esports 1,206. So the damage is quite close. The same knockouts, the survivability time. Um, Red Bull is just more in this one. So it is still impressive for Revo 77K for pulling that off in a span of 13 minutes. So yeah, here we have our match summary: 102 eliminations for match number 19.
Yep. And they maximized this Rondo map with 102. They could have been more, but still, it's fine. Here, Revel, just absolutely crazy. In fact, that they only survived up to half of the game and still got 11 eliminations. I reckon that some teams have less total points than that, and that's exactly what happened. ASTRUM DEUS has total of 11 points, and that's with 2 placement points already, and still it does not match up to Alpha 7. 20 eliminations, and topping off Alliance just from eliminations alone, despite having so little placement points. But over here, their overall rankings, yes, Alliance put finally a little bit more gap between them and Team Flash. Kind of want to see where Alpha 7 is. They are at rank number 10. This is what we're talking about. Alpha 7 should be watched out for as well. They are a decent team. It's just the fact that in this particular tournament, yes, they are in rank number 10, but if you watch them out, like outside of this tournament, maybe you can see exactly what these guys are made of. I mean, you probably have a sneak peek as of the moment with the 11 eliminations from Rebel, which is absolutely crazy. But still, the fact is that was our first map for the day number 4, and now we're done with Rondo completely on this tournament. Right now, we're going to be moving on to Irango later on for map number 2. But before that happens, yes, we will go on to a short break. So do not go anywhere. We will be seeing you in a few minutes. We are back and we just saw the last Arondo map for this tournament. And this time, there will be no takebacks. Once you get picked off, that's it for you for the map. So, once again, guys, this is PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2. We're done with the first map, and now we have a five last chances for these teams. Five last chances to prove themselves and climb up the leaderboards. And we're going to be starting off with the three Orangles before we end the tournament with two Miramars. Once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Mark is with me.
hmm Thank you so much for that, Annie. And definitely, we're gonna be moving on to the last five matches for the rest of the tournament. And yeah, after Rondo, we're finally moving on to the last three matches of Erangel before we move on to the last two matches of Miramar. So, this one I'm expecting for it to be probably a little bit slower since the it's the first time of the teams playing Erangel tonight, and they will probably take time to reassess to their strategy, and especially this is one of their last chances. So we have our top eight teams that will be trying their best to climb all the way to the top five, and eventually to the top one. I guess also the bottom half of the teams will be trying their best to disrupt the game as well. And for Alliance, they have successfully defended their title, their rank a while ago. I wonder if they can maintain that one for the next five games.
Yes, exactly. And we kind of have a good idea as to who, or where rather, where the real fight is going to be, especially those who are vying for the prize pool. I suppose, maybe up to maybe rank number 8 or rank number 9, they're going to be trying to get at least rank 5 or at least get a taste of that prize pool. But for the page two teams, maybe they could probably tell that maybe this isn't my fight anymore. They're gonna go ahead and treat this as a scrim, perhaps, or maybe they can like go ahead and just go up at it. Maybe practice their shooting or their rotations. Otherwise, yeah, it's kind of like right now it's a five last matches, so it'll be hard to bounce back if ever there's still a long way to go before catching up with everyone else. We're talking about, I mean, I think the top 6 or 7 teams already crossed the 100 point mark, so it's gonna be hard to bounce back, especially if you're still at your 50s on the total points. But here, yes, we will be starting finally with our first Orango map for tonight, and as we noticed a couple of days ago, the transition from Rondo all the way to Arango, sometimes teams maybe forget that they don't have like a second chance anymore. They go a little bit too risky, and they take risks. They take fights, even though even though they know that there's no more recall hours, so they have to play it a little bit more safe. Balance that out with the aggression. So with that, the flight path will go through the military base and going up to the Pubg. So there's not a lot of room to work around with, especially if they want to go to Georgia Pool. But that all depends with the circle. They can go settle to whichever their preferred drop zone is closest. And then after that, if ever the circle is going to be going to the western part, they'll be going ahead and getting some cars to rotate. And that's exactly what's happening. Not too much on the north, but there's definitely a considerable amount of rotating that has to happen, especially if they landed towards the east side, especially with Lipovka. Or maybe I saw some teams trying to go towards the direction of Stalber, so they'll have a long way to go later on, but for now they'll worry about that later because it looks like A7's already starting. Remember, these guys had 20 eliminations in the Rondo map, and this one also Team Flash finding INF as well. Looks like A7 already wiped out one team that would be Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro already biting the dust right now, and it looks like Alpha Seven would have the chances of climbing all the way to the top five. Um, if as long as they can be really consistent with it, because in the previous game we've also seen Alpha 7 perform quite well, and them taking out Virtus Pro, they would it would really set them up for the boost later on. Influence Rage, however, they lost one member, so that's kind of unfortunate. But the rest are pretty much just alive. You kind of expect that, especially in a game like Erangel, and especially it's their first round playing Erangel. So that is still quite good. Inner Circle would be against ASTRUM DEUS, and they are separated as well. So they could get hunted down. They could get destroyed later on, but they are playing quite slowly, not as to not get spotted.
Absolutely, and they have to bounce back as much as possible, especially the teams that kind of fell off. But over here, there's a little bit of maybe action between Inner Circle and Astrum Diaz. Here, Inner Circle, they did quite well. They were pretty decent in the first few days, but now they're kind of being overshadowed by the likes of Alliance, Team Flash, Thundertalk, DRX, right? Vampire. Okay, we have Inner Circle having a little bit of action, taking one, taking two out of Astrum Diaz. And still they have to revive Falak, but still the fact is I can't quite see anyone else from Astrum Diaz in the minimap. So the question is now, did they get wiped out? I'm not quite sure. But here Team Flash is down to just both. But on the other hand, also Influence Rage just got picked off right here. And this is what I'm talking about. The teams, the transition between Rondo and Erangel rather, from Rondo to Erangel, you can find kind of feel the lingering feeling that the teams haven't quite adapted yet to the fact that they don't have second chances on the classic maps of Erangel and perhaps Miramar as well. But all fine. Maybe in map number 3 they'll go back to their old programming in their heads. They'll go ahead and play it safe. But as of the moment, it looks like Team Flash sustained a lot of casualties. In fact, they're just down to one last player, and of course, some other teams, especially Influence Rage, Virtus Pro, and also I believe there was another team that got picked off as well. Rather, it's just the two. Rather, it's Influence Rage and Virtus Pro that got picked off. So it's quite unfortunate. So that was their fifth to the last chance. So after this, they just have a little bit less room to work around with. But it looks like I just saw a potential engagement that we had, but it was just a knockdown for the side of A7. But over here, let's just see if we're gonna be seeing any other action because so far we're not seeing anything popping up in the kill feed just yet. Here in Yasnaya Poliana, it's a little bit lonely, especially since Bose is the only one turning around and they have to go ahead and rotate towards the western part later on. But over here, DRS going up against A7, Helpful Gaming with two knockdown players, but still with a good start with four eliminations. But Rev is very low on health, the last person standing. This is not a good luck, but it looks like DRS, they are trying to reset. Rev could potentially take an advantage, but unfortunately it's gonna be biting him back with that. A7 also gets eliminated off.
Hmm. Yep, 14 teams remain. Alpha Esports takes rank 15. And yeah, 6 minutes already into the game. We have lost some teams. Astrum Deo still makes it out alive into the top 14. Two members up and running. DRS also having the same fate, but they are still able to revive their teammates. Flash, however, already losing three members down, so that would be a very big disadvantage. It would be a difficult thing to catch up to Alliance. Thundertalk Gaming, if they can maintain that consistency, they could also surpass Team Flash. But it's still quite early. We don't know what's gonna happen. Tianba is gonna meet one. The shotgun connects and drops Falak off the wave.
Tianpa with one elimination. Well, it's a good start, but I can't quite find anyone else on the mini map. So everyone's just gonna be calming down. Here, Alliance is nearby the Xavier. Question is now, will they take this fight? Do they even have information? Right now, we're gonna be watching out for this particular part of Arango because there's a Xavier up top. And I believe that's Tianpa on the southern part. And here, looks like Parjin actually has a bit of information. They saw the cars, and Alliance is just trying to go ahead and loot the place up first. But it's just a matter of time before the Xavier is going to be acting upon the information. And if anything, the Xavier is one of the teams that do initiate fights. Maybe they're trying to practice a bit with the initiations and the gunfires because they're definitely not playing it too safe. In comparison with a lot of teams, especially if you compare to say DRX. DRX likes playing it safe, and on the other hand, Team Flash is more of an aggressive kind of play style. But over here, Alliance, it's a nice balance. They take fights if the other teams initiate, and they also have a great survivability, and that just puts them at the top one. Is in fact they're 4 points in gap, rather no, not 4 points, 9 points in gap from Team Flash, despite Team Flash already having 4 eliminations for this map, and Alliance has yet to start on their momentum. Over here, RQ Ryu was steadily climbing throughout this tournament, and they're silently getting to 7th place. In fact, they're at 123 points. They have breached the 3-digit mark. So if Ryu suddenly gets maybe 2 good games out of this last 5 maps, we could actually see them maybe at the top 5 or better, depending on how well they do. But here's Thundertalk Gaming versus BURMESE Schools. Neko Dive is just here alongside one other of its team, Thundertalk. So let's just see how this engagement's gonna play out.
Mm-hmm. The grenade coming in, hoping to get them down. Burmese goals. Will be trying to look for some targets. One member from Thundertalk Gaming will be down, and I think Burmese goals are again trying their best to at least chop them down. And if they will fall down, if Thundertalk will fall down, then it would really be difficult for them to catch up to Team Flash. But currently, right now, it does look like Burmese goals is winning this fight. Neko Dive will fall down, and he's gonna be the last member right here for Thunder Talk if he's gonna make it or not. A few more shots, and he gets eliminated. Burmese goals puts an end to their flame, and Thunder Talk Gaming takes number 14.
Here we have it. Our Q finds a couple of takedowns from Alliance. In fact, Alliance is about to fall down. I think there's just 60 or 42 that's gonna be left, and they're gonna have to deal with 4 players from RRQ. Slowly but surely, there's no more chance of revives whatsoever, and Alliance's 60 or 42 is gonna be going onto the water, trying to avoid getting picked off and maybe going for those placement points. But still, if we know anything about RQ Ryu, they're definitely not gonna stop trying to finish the job, get that last elimination. And over here we have Inner Circle. There's another team nearby. Let's see if they're gonna be taking that fight. But right now, the other team, I don't know, they're just kind of, making a lot of noise. Their audio cues. That would actually be RRQ still. There's also Alliance nearby. Once again, the last person standing. So this is gonna be a little bit of a maybe third person sort of situation if ever RRQ is gonna be taking that fight up against the other team. But here, TIANBA, they're just looting up this compound over here. They're at the edge of the circle. The question is now, I didn't quite see the map, so I'm not sure if they're gonna be gatekeeping anyone, but they're definitely gonna be staying at the border just in case. And over here we also have the Xavier with 1 elimination. It's a good thing they have no a 6042.
Yep, and Alliance would be eliminated. Still in the top three right now. Flash is the one, the remaining, the last person who survives the onslaught. And out of those 11 players from these three teams, they will make it. And I think if Flash can keep it up, maybe with a chicken dinner or maybe with those placement points at least, then probably he could catch up to Alliance. But it's still quite far because Alliance is like 182 points, Flash is like 173. But yeah, the spotlight, however, will be turned on to the remaining teams. The Xavier will find one, and DRS is already losing one member down, but the shotgun connects. Shin falls down with his shins, and I think his shins have definitely failed him. But right here on the other side, DX also trying to fight back, but they get spotted by those bullets. They will connect, and will have to move back, provide some cover, and throw some grenades around them. Hopefully, it will give them enough time to
Yeah, the DRX definitely needs to bounce back after this, especially since they've been playing passive in Rondo of all maps. Here, they have two eliminations, yes, and they also have the other teams on their sides. Over here in Pachinki, in fact, DRS, and nearby, there's also Loops, there's also BG as well as Tianpa nearby within the vicinity. So everyone's kind of just congregating in Pachinki. I love it. I absolutely love it. And what I want to see right now is a little bit of a bloodbath. And so right now just going to be watching out for the teams
yep.
number 20 out of 24. See what's going to be going on here. And Team Flash down to one last player.
Yep, there you have it. We have spotted some uh, gunshots right here. It will not connect though. It still buys him enough time to get some stuff down. Saisi from DRX already being spotted. Still makes it out quite well. And, 85% health, that's quite good. And he will have to move back. And definitely, with the Vampire Esports, one member will fall down side of our Kirayu. DX Xavier also getting one member from DRX. The bodies keep dropping, and I think right here it's RQ Ryu versus Vampire Esports, which currently Vampire Esports holding the number 5 spot. Number 4 spot still goes to DRX, and they're still left with 3 members up. Vampire Esports will be eliminated. Our current number 5 ho- uh, placeholder. But, oh, what a surprise! Team Flash with a shotgun will find a kill down. And despite being the Lone Ranger for this one, he will be able to find those kills before he bites the dust with the hands of DRS.
DRS cutting the amazing story of Team Flash a little bit short. Team Flash unfortunately didn't get much placement points, but at least they got knocked down on their side, especially since they have 5 eliminations. So that's a 5 points from this particular map, and you can tell from the other match rankings, from the other match points. Actually, 5 points is pretty decent. Some teams don't even reach that much points in one game. But over here, we can see RQ Ryu just looting the place out. For me, schools try to find their place into the play zone. I don't know why Master Ichi's all alone. I can't quite see anyone else from their team. Okay, I see one more of a Burmese goals. I think they're just scouting the area, trying to see if there's any other team nearby. But here, Nate finds a Jacku from DRS. It's gonna be a little bit of a car fight over here with Loops and 3 or 4 players of RQ. I think we all know that that was the only fate that Neil Zada could possibly get, especially since this guy was surrounded and all alone from the side of Loops in that particular situation. But over here, YouTube Com finds Loops as well, another player from Loops. The question is now, is Loops okay? I don't think so. And DRS Gaming all the while, somewhere out there, they got eliminated off as well. Burmese Schools get spotted by RQ. Loops is still lingering about, so we're just seeing the scopes line up. Burmese Schools takes a bit of damage. Not going to be finished off. There's also DRX nearby. DRX is not making any moves, and we can already tell. DRX, we did mention this, that DRX is the kind of team that it just plays it safe, but they cannot afford to do that right now. They need to go aggressive. They need to do something about the fact that they dropped a bit of rankings slowly but surely, and they're slowly putting a bigger gap between them and Thundertalk. But over here, Icy is gonna be trading off with WEIBO Gaming as of the moment. Rospecca putting some sprays on Loops, and I think that's it for Loops. Inner Circle also gets eliminated off, and now we're down to 7 teams We have DRX is still a full man squad, not really engaging too much. We have Araki Ryu, which is on a roll with the 10 eliminations already. These guys are silent but deadly. And we have Weibo Gaming still full squad, and the other teams they have a bunch of team members that already got set back to the lobby, but it's fine. I don't see any solo players. It's just ASTRUM DS that's a little bit worrying with the duo. But over here, this is gonna be Pachinki, I believe. There's a lot of buildings still within the circle, but it might close down to this open field, which is where everyone is right now. And Kirai making a lot of noise, but Rose Pekka gets caught by the bullets of Master Ichi, but Master Ichi gets spotted as well. But it's good thing that the airdrop is gonna be a good cover for this guy. And Yatka from another angle spots RQ Ryu. Let's see if that is gonna connect, and exactly that. Master Ichi does get downed, but Yatka from another angle gets one and maybe even two from RQ Ryu. Slowly but surely putting a little bit of a disadvantage on the side of RQ Ryu. They're going to be going ahead and rotating into the area. Perhaps we're going to be seeing a vehicle elimination. That won't be the case. They're going to be going to the ground. Grenades in. Let's see if that's going to finish anyone off. Doesn't seem to be the case. Some bunch of smokes as well. Yatka gets caught. Oh my gosh, that was not a good look for Burmese schools. They were doing so well, but RQ caught them in a moment of weakness. In fact, it's while Yatka was turning around and walking back, and Burmese Ghouls pays for it.
19 minutes already. We are nearing its 20th minute mark. Six teams remain, and we could probably see the winner later on. But for now, it's just gonna be up to DRX, currently holding number 4 spot against Ryu. We have Tianba, DX, and Weibo Gaming, and of course Astrum Deus. But you know what? DRX, this is their moment to shine. This is their moment to stay on that ranking and to maybe even surpass Thunder Talk right here. It's still quite far. Quite far. They will need more kills than that, and also a chicken dinner. But they have the chances. They like those chances. Uh, I do think though that Arki Ryu could be winning this one since they have 13 points already, and four of them currently alive. And the rest of the teams they will need to get more kills in order to find that fire within them.
Absolutely, and I mean, we're just watching it for Pachinki right now, which is interesting since the circle's kind of closing in on the Pachinki. It's like Weibo Gaming spots RQ from a distance, which is a great place to start off in, but DRS is going to be stealing those kills from RQ. They're going to be splitting it between DRX and Weibo Gaming, but that was a grenade to the face. I can't quite catch who took that, but it'll be RQ that's gonna be down, and it looks like just from the leaderboards, it looks like Ryu's down to the last active player. Whether or not they can get this revival in the bag, let's just see later on. But the Xavier finally rotated into where all the action is. The Xavier is gonna be joining in, fresh from out of Irango, but the Saviors got down to three last players, so maybe a slight disadvantage, especially since Weibo Gaming is still full man squad. But DRX, I just saw, yes, they have a pick off on their own. Weibo Gaming still four man squad in a pretty good position, by the way. They are at the edge on the western side, away from all the buildings, and that just means a little bit more leeway and less chances that they'll be taken from behind. And over here, Tianba is still holding on to their corner. They have a three-man squad. RQ, unfortunately, Musang is going to be the last person standing, but still, with 14 eliminations, it's quite impressive. In fact, Ryu, slowly but surely, they're going to be catching up to Inner Circle soon enough. In Inner Circle, they definitely need to work a little bit harder. They were impressive in the first few days, but right now I'm not really seeing anything interesting from them. Maybe they've been overshadowed by some other teams, especially since there were a lot of teams that are steadily climbing. But shout out to Alliance though; they've been so consistent throughout the 4 days. Although some maps were a little bit quiet, it's not like they completely fell off like like maybe they had like a few bad maps, but right now they are at 182 after 20 matches. So you know what? Kudos to these guys. They're still working hard, and right now this is still a stage 6 circle. 22 minutes into the game. We're still waiting for the real action to come. Right now it's just a bunch of pokes. ASTRUM is all the while got picked off. So we're out there, but the important thing is we still have 5 teams. There's a lot of placement points on the line, and right now everyone wants a piece of those points.
And with the 5 teams currently up and running, they will need probably more time to um especially with how the terrain is situated right now. So they will need more time for the circle to shrink and maybe even have the chance to facing each other off. For now, DRX still looking good with 4 eliminations and 3 members up. Tianba looking good as well with 3. And Rayus will be facing a huge blow since they are left with their last member while having uh 14 eliminations. Still quite good for them. They will have a chance at catching up to the 5 spots. But yeah, Weibo Gaming also look also with 5 eliminations and 4 players currently up and running. They could potentially clear them up later on. DX Xavier also with 3 members up. So again, we will. I'm expecting that for it to be less bloodbath for now, since the area is still quite big. There are a lot of buildings, a lot of um covers for these players, so they will not be able to, they will not be forced to face each other off for now, because right here we will still wait for the circle to, you know um to form a new one and maybe shrink it even further. But it will probably not affect them later on, maybe a few, but it will not be a huge casualty later on.
Yes, and hopefully we can see something nice to watch later on. But right now the teams are still playing a little bit safe. They're waiting for that. Okay, just as I said, playing it safe. Hyunbin takes a grenade to the face. DRX gonna be going away. I think they're taking one blow after the other. In fact, there's one down already. Hyunbin gets finished off by that Molotov. They're all burning down to the ground. DRX down to the one last player. In fact, Weibo Gaming is storming into their vicinity. There's the Xavier nearby as well, potential third party in this situation. But here, one last active player. They're trying to find rather the one last player. DRX is about to lose it in this place. The Xavier going in, trying to take down Weibo while they are distracted, but Weibo fights back definitely with their own grenades. Pyrogen throwing some grenades up against Weibo as well. RQ nearby. I believe that RQ was that Tianba rather. Tianba's also just kind of watching them, trying to see if they can land a couple of bullets and steal some of these kills. Pyrogen gets a soak from Weibo Gaming, and the Weibo Gaming slowly but surely, they're just trading off with the Xavier Niti 1 versus 1 with a bunch of their teammates on the ground, and I think that's it for Weibo Gaming. Is it? And Weibo Gaming, yes, they get eliminated. Oh, but the Xavier, who was shooting at these guys? Is it Chanpa? Is it another team that is keep watching because Ryu is still last man standing. They're actually the last person standing with the last standoff with Love is so low on health. You better hope that this guy doesn't have the grenade to finishing you off. But that's exactly what happened. 6-save finishes off the Xavier. Despite being the last person standing on DRX, they're not going down without a fight.
Yep, and the 3 teams remain. We're just gonna be holding on for a little bit more before we can find the winners for game number 2 for tonight. And with that, we're almost near. But again, the terrain is still quite big. The grenades keep following up, but uh, no major casualty will commence. DRX with up to their last member, down to their last member rather, and RQ Ryu also suffering the same fate. Tianba is really looking good with the win right here. Saisei almost losing it with a few more HP. He's being chased down. A few more shots. He could get taken out. And he is down and eliminated. 2 teams remain. Arayu versus Tianba. It's gonna be a 3v1.
Now, I want to see a clutch here. I kind of want to see a clutch. Musang better give us a nice fight. There's two possibilities here. Musang can give their life to the blue zone and deny that last placement point from Tianfa. Not placement point, rather elimination point. Or this guy could go ahead and try to pick them off one after the other because you can see that they're actually split off right now. And so this could be a divide and conquer sort of situation, you know. Arc, you could definitely get that if they have some sort of information. But here, Musang spots a car moving. Okay, question is now, what will they do with this information? Arc is about to be surrounded. Jedpa is just kind of playing with the food right now. They're definitely not playing it safe. QZZ, what? What was that? That was a clutch, but no, the last one versus one is it. Tianfa gets one knockdown, but it's not gonna be enough to just clutch this. Unfortunately, it will be Ryu will be falling this time. It's gonna be Tianba's victory. Congratulations once again. That was our first of the three Arango maps for our last day of the grand finals.
Yep, and yeah, there we have it, our winners, and it was kind of we were kind of it was really looking good for them. It was a good run for them. They were as soon as an opportunity comes, they really take it, and that's why I like Tianba is that they are not hesitant. As long as an opportunity knocks, they will answer it right away, and they were rewarded dearly with that. And that's gonna be it. Our winner chicken dinner, Yanba. In a few moments, we'll be seeing their stats and how this will affect the final rankings later on. But yep, here we have it: 646 damage for Tianba.
Yes, I did. He might have played it a little bit too safe in this game with the four eliminations. And to think that RQ Ryu actually went down to a solo player so early on. Musang played it safe for the longest time ever, and that just resulted to the second place, the six placement points reward. And over here, the head-to-head is between YouTube.com and Musang with the 725 eliminations. I believe RQ had a amazing number of eliminations. We're gonna be seeing that later on, but here, yes, the match summary is in. We saw the grenade eliminations, everything, etc. But RQ Ryu, they're the ones who shined in this map. The last map, it was Alpha 7. This time is RQ Ryu all of a sudden. I mean, that's not to mention the other amazing teams as usual. I mean, Alliance and Team Flash, they're all pretty flashy as well. But here, the spotlight is really for RQ Ryu. Just kind of hoped, you know, maybe bring this sort of energy to the other maps. But right now, it's just RQ just struggling to make a name for themselves amongst some other big names. But over here, yes, the 16 eliminations that they had resulted to the 22 total points. Kind of familiar kind of story, you know, just like in the previous game, Alpha 7 got the number one rank in the match rankings despite not even being the chicken dinner winner. And not just that, it is a huge gap between the actual chicken dinner winner, which is Tianba. So I mean, just once again, congratulations for the 8 point gap from RQ Ryan Tianba. I mean, the fact that Tianba might have played it a little too safe with the 4 kills, still, maybe it's a good trade off for the 10 placement points and the chicken dinner. But it could have been nicer to see, you know, a more aggressive play, especially since it's the last day of the grand finals. Over here, our MVP is a Red Bull with the 39 eliminations, and it's been 20 matches. After this, it's going to be 4 more maps left, so the teams have to work a little bit extra harder.
With 39 eliminations, that's going to be Red Bull, her current MVP for that one. But here we have our overall rankings once again. A little bit recap. Lions still leading with 182, 174 for Team Flash, 166 for DRX, who was previously top 4, now up to top 3. And ThunderTalk Gaming will be falling down a place lower. That's going to be with 165 points. But yeah, we'll be moving on to game number 3. And we have 4 last games to conclude this event. So, of course, we'll be moving on to game number 3. But before that, we'll be having a short break. So, stay tuned, guys. We'll see each other later on. Bye bye.
And we are back. After a little bit of a break, we are going to be seeing map number three. In fact, it's going to be the second Erangel map for today. And once again, guys, this is day number 4 of the PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2. And we saw the first Erangel map. It was pretty nice. RQ Ryu suddenly popped off here. They had double digits on the elimination points. And in the first game, Alpha 7 is the one that impressed us quite a lot. So hopefully we see another interesting story developing for map number 3. But before that happens, yes, once again, we are your casters. It's still me, Annie, and Mike is with me. Mike, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you so much for that, Annie. And it is interesting to see that we are down to the last 4 games, and there have been changes. DRX from top 4 moved to top 3. Thundertalk Gaming taking a step back, and this is what I love to see during the last day, because I love to see teams that will constantly swap each with each other. We just had DRX and Talk Gaming, so I wonder if there's gonna be another set of teams that will be doing that, or maybe it's just gonna be well, you know what, I'm just gonna say it. I'm excited about Alliance and Team Flash on how it will end, because it's so the points are getting closer. So I wonder if Team Flash would be able to surpass them, or would Alliance be just, just stand their ground and defend it at all costs.
Mm. It's kind of funny here is the airplane is definitely not accurate. But yes, this is the flight path. It's going to be going from Stalber, going down to Primorsk. And I know Primorsk has at least 3 teams kind of like landing in that area. But if ever, there's still a lot of land that will be covered, especially actually there's an equal amount of chances of landing into most of these places. So maybe there might be changes on the usual drop-off points. But yes, Weibo Gaming, it looks like they will be dropping off there. And it looks like INF will be mostly on the north as well as Vampire Esports. But over here, they or rather its influence rage will be caught up in the gunfire of Team Flash, especially Victory getting one. That'll be Law from influence range, which would be picked off completely so early on. Right now we're watching Team Flash is in Yasnaya Poliana, and the rest of influence range is still up in here in the same building, and there's Team Flash nearby. They're just looting the place up. It's a good thing that Bose has control of another building as well, so they have more angles to work with. Little boy's gonna be jumping off the building, going to another floor. Their other teammate is thrown onto the floor as well. Chops is gonna be going down as well to another lower floor, another lower story of this building. They're just kind of looting the place about. They don't really have great guns right now. Not a lot of ammo to work with as well. Here, little boy with their 15 ammo. I'm kind of worried if they're going to be going ahead and getting this fight. That's 15 and 64 ammo. So might not be a lot to work with. If ever they're going to be going aggressive up against Team Flash, it might be a little bit hard, but here let's just peek at the inventory of Team Flash. Not much to say. It's just tops with a couple of maybe 70 ammos in total, and the one throwable as well. The Xavier also finds a little bit of a engagement of another team. I believe that was ASTRUM Diaz, if I'm not mistaken. But over here, Tops is on top of the roof top where INF is right at the bottom. They're making a lot of audio cues with their footsteps. So INF's probably gonna be playing it a little bit more safe at this particular moment of time. And whether or not Team Flash is gonna be going ahead and getting aggressive, that's gonna be dependent and on like what they manage to loot up in terms of resources, and especially since influence range is down by 1 player, so it might be a little bit hard to work around. But there was already a smoke coming up, so it might be a start, but it doesn't look like the Team Flash is really initiating anything yet.
And for now, we're almost nearing its 4-minute mark, still up and going. I don't think we will see a lot of action in just a few moments. I think it will take a little bit more time. But yeah, there have been a lot of teams that are just sharing this building. So if they get spotted, then surely a fight will break out. But yep, I think it's Team Flash versus Influence Rage right here. If Influence Rage will be able to stop them, then this is gonna be very beneficial for Alliance and for DRX, because currently Team Flash only needs 8 more points to surpass Alliance already, and that's still excluding the placement points. So they really have a chance, especially with how well they performed yesterday. They have a chance to really catch up to Alliance, which is why it really is interesting to see how it will all unfold after the rest of these 4 games.
I kind of want to see what the development's going to look like. But over here, yes, Team Flash and INF still together. Not much anything happening. Not even in anywhere else in the map. I was kind of hoping that something might happen in maybe for Morsk as well, but it looks like the most interesting thing that's happening here right now is just in Yasnaya Poliana. I'm not sure if VP missed the game or they didn't, or they got finished off. I don't think that's the case. But we came in with just 16 teams as of the moment. It looks like it's starting. Goes finds a little boy with a grenade. They finally have the resources to do doubles. It's gonna be storming in, gunfires here and there. But Victory and Zeus are gonna be falling. Victory gets finished off. Top. Oh my gosh! It's just Bose now from Team Flash. Federal finishes tops off. That's 2 casualties. Zeus. Question is now, can Zeus be revived at this particular time? It looks like that's still possible. Oh my gosh! Influence Rage is gonna go down. They hesitate. They hesitated. And now, they're just a little bit too late now that Zeus bounced back but immediately gets it down. Once again, 2 versus 1.
Oh,
Federal goes down. Ooh! In both
two
sides. That's
more.
amazing. Both
Oh,
managed to hold their ground until, well, the numbers disadvantage got to him. Team Flash gets eliminated off.
wow. In just a flash, Team Flash already took 16th place, and it is gonna be very beneficial for Alliance right here. They get to keep their spot. I mean, they get to widen the gap even further. The same goes for DRX, which they could surpass Team Flash, since they only need 10 more points to catch up to that. And for now, they don't have any momentum yet, but they will be looking for some spots to go, and maybe they will encounter some enemies. Maybe they will get some kills. But yeah, it is looking good for DRX and Alliance. For a possible, maybe Thundertalk as well. But yeah, we would have to wait for some results later on. Vampire Esports still holding on to that number 5 spot, but will be needing more effort to surpass Thunder Talk and the rest of the teams. For now, Burmese goes taking down DX already, and I think they are in the process of hunting them down, already losing one member for the side of the Xavier.
Yeah, and hopefully we see something more happening here because it's Meow 7 nearby with Loops. Loops kind of just not really doing much, but it looks like there will be an initiation. VTN is gonna be going in for some warning shots, but say Alpha 7, they're definitely not gonna just stand there and do nothing. In fact, so that was amazing angles coming in from Alpha 7. VTN is gonna or is gonna be rather the first casualty between them. But here we can see Neil Zada with an amazing scope coming in, trying to see if they can get a pick off on Alpha 7. Neil Zada is going to be rotating out of the area. Rafinha gets knocked down as well, but it's going to be from AG instead. So there's a lot of factions in this area over here. Ashton This is going to be starting off as well. The Xavier up against Burmese schools. Peregrine is going to be falling by Master Ichi. And right now, we're going to be watching the camera with Ashram Diaz and Loops as of the moment. And it looks like, yes, there's Loops nearby, but I did see Burmese schools. I believe that was Burmese schools towards the western part of this circle. This is Georgia Pool, a little bit messed up, but here Ashram Diaz is going to be starting off. And grenades is gonna be coming in. Looks like it's just a bunch of trades between the players. The Xavier gets eliminated off all the meanwhile. It looks like AD is gonna be popping off with one after the other eliminations up against Loop. But the RX and Thundershock also going up against each other. It's still 9 minutes into the game. All of a sudden, all that tension snaps into the mid game, and now it's an absolute fest of knockdowns, eliminations. Everyone's falling down.
Alliance already taking one of them down, and I think right here we're gonna be looking at Alpha 7, and the challenge being raised right here still puts up a fight, and despite everything, Weibo Gaming low chance remaining and will be needing some backup because their only hope right here that's gonna be Sook is still from afar and will probably catch up to them, and I think he will be quite late for that. A Molotov could set them on fire. Hopefully, he will have some chance at winning this one to follow that up with a grenade as well. Thundertalk losing one member down. The grenade's connecting, but it will not find someone just yet. Alpha 7 inside this house. A Molotov and a grenade could take them all down, but with Sook, the chances are quite low because what we have here is another team, and it is Astrum. The grenades are coming in. The door is destroyed. Everyone is coming in all directions. One member from Astrum Deus down. Alpha 7 puts up another fight, but Sook will be down, marking the end of Weibo Gaming. Thunderdog Gaming as well would be removed out of the equation. And Vampire Esports still puts up another fight right here. Astrum Deus, the other team right here, who is just protecting this one all throughout with the in hand, hoping to get that down, but Carl would be able to stop him and just put him to sleep.
Come on, Alpha 7 Gaming. Where was this energy in the last 3 days? It's amazing. They already have 8 eliminations in, and it's only been 11 minutes, and they're closing in on the placement points as well. We're down to 10 teams. Two more teams that got picked up. Alpha 7 could possibly start getting those 6 points, but there is Vampire Esports nearby. Red Bull's gonna be down by Obscure from Alpha 7 Gaming. The rest of their team's gonna be going in as backup with the cars in. Obscure's just holding on to this position in the building. It works, and there's also the Vampire Esports trying to take them down, but unfortunately, Obscure is just gonna be in this nice position with the window on their side. Vampire Esports still has to worry about down the player, but here the car is going to be helping Obscure with the vision. Okay, disembark from the car. Let's see if they can pick off someone from Vampire Esports over here. Alliance, they're just kind of trying to reset as of the moment. Alpha 7 Gaming, from the smaller camera, we can see that they're trying to close it up against Vampire Esports head to head. Also, possibly a third party in the mix, maybe even fourth party. There's a yellow team that's lurking about nearby. But over here, Mialag looks like they will be downed as well, but it'll be traded off with Rev from A7. So it looks like A7 a little bit of trouble here. Soon knock down players, but it's not going to be stopping them. Rillo has a grenade cooking. It's not going to hit anyone, but there's going to be a retaliation soon enough with the grenade being a little bit of a distraction, but still Carrillo. Oh my gosh, what happened over there? They had the advantage, but unfortunately they took too much damage, and I believe Alpha 7 is in trouble over here. They got wiped out. It was such a nice start, but unfortunately they just couldn't for
Yep.
Alpha 7. They started so well. Oh my gosh.
hmm And yeah, that would be it. 9 teams remaining, and we're still 13 minutes into the game. So, so far so good, and just as what we can expect from a normal game of Erangel. But at this point, we do have to look on some of these teams. You have Alliance, 3 eliminations, and all of them are up. And I think what they're doing right here, and the best thing they should be doing is to preserve. I really think because Team Flash, their nemesis right here, is down. So they have all the time in the world for game number 3 just to rack up few more of those points to stay on the top, and they don't have to really be aggressive unless they need to. And yeah, just focus more on the placement points. We have DRX. They have the time to really be aggressive and to take them over. And yeah, they have the chances right here. So back into the game, we have Burmese goals onto the move, taking down members of Alliance. And the last one could potentially eliminate. And yes, just now, Alliance will be eliminated, taking the ninth spot. So with only 3 points, this this like evens the playing field for Team Flash and Alliance. Alliance won't be able to garner a lot of points. At the same time, Team Flash would just be delayed by around 12 points.
Yes, absolutely. And over here, we might be starting with our Kirayu. There's also Inner Circle nearby. And now we're just going to be watching out for anything that could be happening at as of this moment in the ruins. And okay, it looks like Vampire Esports finds Influence Rage. We have DRS up against IC as well. There's just a bunch of trades. DPLUS is still alive. They have 20
Ooh,
players left
DRS.
remaining. And this is a safe game if anything happens. And hopefully we see something interesting here. And the stage 4 circle rather is gonna be closing in really soon. Let's just keep on watching, see if there's gonna be any more potential engagements. Everyone's just trying to heal up
Mm-hmm.
as of this moment.
Yep. 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 Everyone's trying to heal up. But yeah, 7 teams remain, and we're now 16 minutes into the game. And with this in mind, DRX still looking good. And you know what? We have to know. We also have to acknowledge DRX, the amount of effort that they did to stay on to the top 5 spots and eventually climbing all the way up to number 3. I remembered they were at number 4. They started the last day at number 4 spot. Now they are moving on to the 3rd spot. So this is really a game changer for them. And just because Alliance and Team Flash are down, they can really catch up. RQ on the other hand, back into the game, they have also made some moves and they are slowly climbing their way up to the top 5. So it will be a threat for Vampire Esports. And right now, even more of a threat because they are being taken down by their nemesis themselves, RRQ, with the help of TIANBA. So if Vampire Esports will be eliminated this far in the game, it will be hard to even maintain their spot, and it will look good for RQ Ryu to eventually catch up. By the way, um, just to give you a little bit of a note, RQ Ryu actually started at the bottom half as well. For them to climb all the way over here, but back into the game right here, he puts up a fight, but eventually he will fall down, and that would mark the end of Vampire Esports for game number 3, giving RRQ Ryu the time that they need to catch up to the top 5 rank. And by the way, guys, Vampire Esports, they started very strong. I mean, they took first place, if I'm not mistaken, and now look at them. Dropping one by one, but right here back into the game once again. Inner Circle will get a move on and would try to stop RRQ from taking the spot of Vampire Esports, and they are gonna do it alone and probably not afraid, but very strong as well. And united they stand, and definitely they are just taking them down one by one. RRQ Ryu with the shotguns in hand, they are able to stop them at their doorsteps. And no knocking for you, sir. That's gonna be it. RQ still puts up a huge fight, leaving Inner Circle with the last member, IQ. And it's just gonna be very hard for him to take this one back, but still manages to do it before falling down. However, Tianba would be eliminated, leaving with only 5 teams. The grenade! What? The grenade just in time to catch RQ on the ground.
Oh
IQ
way.
putting up another fight right here. A few more just gunning him down, refiring it to at
Ooh.
least secure that spot. And still, in a surprising turn of events, IQ amazes us all by eliminating RQ Ryu, leaving with now 4 teams remaining.
What did IQ eat today? That was a huge. That was not even a clutch. That was a whole turntables. Just turn the whole RQ around. A solo, by the way, with the nice start was the grenade that landed just right. That's one down on inner circle. And then after that, the other team players, the two last players, they were busy trying to revive the other. So they swoop in, get the bullets in with the one versus one. There was a lot of tension, but in the end, it's IQ that got away with just a little bit of health. So that's six eliminations snagged by just one player. It's just absolutely amazing. But right now, just looking at the leaderboards, it's DRX once again with the four players still standing. You can tell these guys the like playing it safe, okay? But right now, I'm a little bit worried, especially since Thunder Talk is slowly but surely kind of like just looming behind, just literally right behind them by one step. The Urek is gonna put a little bit more points up against Thunder Talk because they do have placement points as of the moment. I think at least maybe four elimination points. I mean, rather placement points. And I see, yes, last person standing, BG and INF down to a duo. So DRX does have the numbers advantage. But again, with games like this, battle royales and strategies, there is a chance that just because you have the numbers advantage doesn't guarantee the victory. But DRX, they did prove themselves going up to number three. But right now, as of this moment, as of today, in fact, they've been playing it really safe. I kind of wish I saw Hyunbin going more aggressive because that's what I noticed in the past couple of days. But I'm not seeing that sort of energy anymore in this last grand finals day. So right now I'm expecting the RX. They're not going to be initiating, but I think there's a little bit of damage that happened here. Hyunbin knows that this guy is probably all alone. IQ just threw themselves down to the water. Gonna be healing up. I think trying to reset over here. And the Burmese Ghost is gonna be nearby as well. We're still in stage 5 circle. So the gap between the space rather between the teams is a little bit big, but you can tell they're trying to end this as soon as possible. They're already clustering on the same area. DRS gonna be going for some shots. Not gonna be connecting. Nothing popping up in the kill feed. So it's just a matter of patience and maybe forcing the circle to move in. And right now, what makes things complicated is probably the river over here. So there's potential wherever this next circle is gonna go. That bridge is gonna be a nice shot. But over here, speaking of bridge, IQ gets spotted by Federal. A sitting duck on the water, and unfortunately, it's gonna be the end of IC. And again, IQ had a good run, but their story had to end here.
Hmm. For now, it's gonna be goodbye for them. Down to the last three teams: DRX, Influence Rage, and Burmese Goods. And for the side of DRX, this is gonna be like a 4v4. It's just that the other teams are just 50-50 with each other. So this is gonna be another chance for DRX to win it, but they are sad to say that they are playing it a little bit safer. They need more points to really catch up to Team Flash and Alliance and to set that gap, to set the standard. But I do think right here DRX are already starting to move as they were able to take one down from the side of Burmese Goals, leaving it with the last member remaining, and the grenades coming in from Federal in Influence Rage. And if he can get them down, he could actually steal the kill as well. So if he is able to do that, then that's gonna be another point for them. And yeah, Burmese Goals are facing a huge disadvantage right now. They get spotted, DRX, and yeah, they will be claiming that confirmation kill. And they are yet to find the other members for Influence Rage before they can clear them up. Burmese goes down to the last member, which, by the way, I think is being shot at. So if it's looking bad for Burmese goals right here.
Yeah, not so good. Federal is gonna be going up against. I don't know what this guy sees there, but they're definitely trying to put a chance. Oh dear, it gets caught right in the middle, and then just a little bit too slow on the reaction time. But here, as this gets that revenge knockdown instead. Federal's gonna be on the water. Diego's gonna be the last person standing now, trying to hide behind the bridge, but in the end, Estes finally puts an end to these guys with the double kill. Influence Rage is eliminated off. Now it's down to just hunting down the last player of Burmese Ghouls. And I think this is gonna be an easy peasy lemon squeezy for DRX. In fact, they already spot the body. They're just trying to get into the water, guessing where this last body is gonna be. Get the guesses on those bullets just here and there, but Yakta is not making it easy. In fact, they're gonna try and go ahead and deny those elimination points. But here is this with the boat going backwards. By the way, let's see if Yakta can deny this elimination point from
No. Massive.
DRX. Let's see if who will be first. And it looks
Okay.
like there we have it. Finally, DRX snags that last point from the hands of Burmese schools, and they get the chicken dinner with that. Absolutely amazing last few minutes. And I mean, I think the highlight here was Inner Circle's IQ with the clutch. But yes, DRX just proving themselves just absolutely amazing with their survivability. And also, Burmese Schools had a nice fight influence rage. I believe they were a duo for the longest time as well. So, you know what? That was a nice map number 3. But after this, it's just gonna be the last map for Erangel for this tournament. So those teams that love Erangel, it's gonna be their last chance. But before that happens, yes, once again, we're gonna be going to the stats of the previous map. And I just want to see, like, congratulations once again to DRX, and let's see how many elimination points they have. Once again, yes, I kind of think they're just playing it a little bit too safe for the 5 eliminations, but nonetheless, yes, these are their stats. They haven't done much up until the last a few minutes of the game, but still the important thing is they got the chicken dinner twice in a row, by the way, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So congratulations once again.
And for that one, that marks the end of match number 3 for tonight. And player head to head right here, we have IQQ from Inner Circle and Master Ichi from Burmese Goals. And again, it was amazing. I think this is one. This one's the IQQ, right? The one who
Yeah,
made a clutch.
IQ.
Yeah. But yep, here we have our match summary as well. 59 eliminations. It's pretty much just the same as a normal Erangel map, but there have been a lot of engagements as well, which lessens the amount of healing that was made for this game. But we have our top 3 right here. IQ still leading with a 535 damage and 6 eliminations to follow. Actually, Master Ichi leading with a 706 damage and 5 eliminations, and Federal with a whopping 716 damage and 4 eliminations.
Absolutely amazing stats that we're having for these top threes. But here's the match rankings. It's gonna be DRX with the 15 total points, and it's a good thing that they did get overtaken by any other team, despite having so little elimination points. But still, it's decent. Could have been better, but still, DRX had to do what they had to do. They had all the time in the world to play it safe this whole map. In fact, maybe the next 3 maps they all only have to worry about, I believe, Team Flash and Alliance. Here, Team Flash is down by 6 points in gap up against DRX, but it still could change, especially since considering the fact that Team Flash is known to be pretty aggressive in comparison to DRX. And right now, DRX is only 4 points away from Alliance, so they're really silent, but definitely they're slowly but surely climbing up. And it looks like this is nice. These are nice stats. The top 4 have 3 chicken dinners each, so it's nice to see. But right now, there's only 3 chances left. Alliance, they definitely need a lot more like safety points to go up against DRX and maybe Team Flash later on. And right now, DRX, yes, we're gonna be expecting maybe in the next few maps they're gonna be playing it safe once again, and that's the pattern that we've been seeing so far. And even in Rondo, and the next Team Flash, a little bit falling back for the survivability. But yes, we will be going on to map number 4 later on, our very last Erangel map. But before that happens, we will be going on to a short break as usual. So don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon in a few minutes. And just like that, we are back for map number 4. It's going to be the last Erangel map. And once again, guys, this is the grand finals, day number 4 of our PMISB, our PUBG Mobile Invitational Solo Battle, Chapter 2. And yes, we just saw DRX coming up with that chicken dinner. Although playing it safe, still, it was a decent amount of points that they got. And in fact, they are at number 2 right now. And once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Mike is with me. Mike, any thoughts?
Thank you so much for that, Annie. And I've been talking about TRX for a while, and I really love how they progressed because from rank number 4 all the way to rank number 2. So that is a very nice and very proud for DRX to perform that well, and hopefully, with their amount of effort, hopefully they can catch up to Alliance. They currently, what I remembered was, it's gonna be Alliance versus DRX, who are gunning for that number 1 spot. We have Alliance with 185 points, 181 for DRX. The other teams that will be fighting for the spot is, I believe, Thundertalk Gaming and Team Clash. And for the ones that are fighting for the 5th spot, is gonna be between RQ Ryu, you have Inner Circle, and we have Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports, they've been doing quite well, but they really started strong. They've been doing quite And yep, we're back into the game, guys. Sorry for some technical difficulties, but we are now back into the game. And back to my point, um, what I love about this one is that Vampire Esports, they really started strong. I love that about them. But currently, their main challenge is to keep their spot on number 5, or maybe even get closer, because there are now two teams that are really trying their best to get that spot. That's RQ Ryu and that's Inner Circle. And the moment that they can strike against Vampire Esports, they can definitely take that. And it's gonna be sad for Vampire Esports considering the amount of effort that they were able to put in. But we are now back into the game, guys. Once again, your shoutcasters, I'm Moik, and with me is Annie.
Yes, we're finally back, and hopefully, we can see something interesting happening because it looks like we're already 7 minutes into the game. All right, we have 15 teams still standing. Kind of just catch up real quick on the leaderboards. Looks like TRX, yes, unfortunately, despite being like two chicken dinners in a row, these guys got picked off a little bit early on. So, like, I believe the Indonesian casters call this the curse, but that's after two chicken dinners. But over here, yes, on the blue zone, there's a little bit of action. But here also, oh, Alpha 17 with the RQ Ryu could be going in with the DPLUS shotguns, but there's a wall making things complicated. Finally, Mustang gets caught up in Rev's shot, and that's an absolutely insane start. But it's not gonna be over just yet. It looks like it's just a knockdown. Rev still has to worry about the other players from R2. In fact, I think there's one more. Oh my gosh, they had a grenade in hand. It's not a good thing, but at least Alpha 7, and they have backup over here. Rav gets down, but that's just it. They can still go ahead and get RQ here. They're clearing out this orange car rather house over here. Perillo gets finished off on the side of E7, and unfortunately, Obscure is gonna be left, and Alpha 7 gets wiped out by RQ Ryu. To their credit, Alpha 7 and RQ, they've silently been popping up in these past few maps, and I mean they're kind of like head to head in terms of skill, I suppose. Like from this particular day, day number 4, maybe day number 3 as well. So there it was just all a matter of timing. In A7, one of like Rev was holding a grenade while the RRQ I kind of had like a DBS in hand, so it was just a little bit more complicated. But over here, it looks like there's like Team Flash's Zeus finds a one from INF, and I believe INF is down to one last player. It's gonna be Diego nearby. Weibo Gaming is also here. I believe this is Pachinki, if I'm not mistaken. Diego is gonna be falling, and that's the end of for Influence Rage. And at that stage, 2 circles just making things a little bit more complicated. There's gonna be a stage 2 later on, but Arturai there fighting is over. Yet there's 80 nearby. They managed to get Kings into the ground, and that's a lobby kick over there. But here we have IQ going up against Jeku from DRS. DRS right now is down to one last active player. Jeku gets finished off. RQ Ryu, they still have this area here, but there is AD in the other building. There's also another team lurking nearby as a third party. That's gonna be Loops. RQ Ryu is going back to back to back on their engagements. It's just a little bit more complicated here. But speaking of complicated, yes, I think this is Primorsk rather. And Weibo Gaming and Team Flash, they're still going up against each other. And here RQ Ryu, speaking of going up against each other, it's still between them. We're just watching to see if anything else is gonna pop up. But as of this moment, Team Flash, they're on their vehicles. Whether or not they're gonna be rotated out of this, or will they be staying forward engagements? It might not be the case because Order just stepped into that Molotov and they're run in this last Erangel map. And with that, Team Flash goes back with that's 4 eliminations on their side. Gonna be watching out for any other developments here. There's also BURMESE GHOULS, and yeah, it looks like there are 3 different teams here, Mike.
Yep, definitely. And for now, since we're gonna be part of the game, still 11 teams remain, and yeah, we have seen a lot of momentum already, but it's kind of bit sluggish, I think. 11 minutes still with the teams up and running. Inner Circle also getting one down from Ruby's Ghost, while Vampire Esports suffering one, manages to find one from Loops, but it's just gonna be them versus Vampire Esports. Only one team can remain and move forward in this maps, and that's gonna be Loops. Vampire Esports eliminated, taking rank number 11. RQ Ryu on the move as well. The same goes with TIANBA and THUNDERTALK Gaming. THUNDERTALK Gaming, this is gonna be their moment to try to surpass Team Flash right here, but it's gonna be the same for Flash, as DRX have been eliminated a while ago already. And but Inner Circle back to present right here. Inner Circle will be the ones to exterminate the Loops out of this map.
Looks like Inner Circle are a little bit in trouble. Yes, T24 still alive. I don't know if they have enough time to give this revive, but over here, Tianba versus THUNDERTALK going up against each other. Here, RRQ once again with an impressive number of elimination points. In fact, that's 9. Tianba finds AJ from THUNDERTALK. THUNDERTALK still 3-man team, so it's fine. But I think they spotted AD nearby, and they're just kind of going in with the trays of grenades, but there's also Inner Circle to worry about, and those smokes are just giving like a lot of information that there's someone out there. Here, THUNDERTALK finds that alliance as well. Ooh, lots of sprays coming in. AD's gonna be falling. Little boy is gonna be saying goodbye. Whether or not that was the end for AD, I'm not quite sure. I don't see anyone else, and we're down to 7 teams, so that might be the possibility. But it looks like there's still Okay, never mind. Astrum DS, yes, they got picked up. But here are Kiraya going on the aggressive. Finds two teams. That's Alliance and Thundertalk going up against each other. They're trying to be the third party in this situation. Howden Lila is going to go in and clean up the mess before they get a chance to get this revive. Helen Lila going inside the building. Just going in and out, trying to see if they can find a really nice angle. On RRQ, they're already circling around like vultures, and they want a piece of this with Alliance and Thundertalk. And right now, Thundertalk, I'm not quite sure where they are. I think there's only one last game, so they're gonna be playing it safe. And speaking of playing safe, Chandra's got a little bit far away from Inner Circle, but Inner Circle is gonna be targeted by the scopes, and it looks like Noki will be fighting back. Oh, there's a lot of damage taken by Tianba, but they're gonna be rotating out of the area. They don't have the angle advantage anymore, so they'll have to reposition. Meanwhile, we're gonna be watching out for RQ finally joining the fray with 6042 falling, and Alliance a little bit in trouble. I think they're the last person standing over here. It's only a matter of time before RQ is gonna be finding them. Question is, how long will it take? Musang's gonna be marching in, checking the building. 3 versus 1. I think we all knew that it was gonna end this way. Alliance, unfortunately, they're gonna be leaving this map with just 187 total points, which is okay, fine, because DRX is 182. Question is, Team Flash, will they catch up? They're still 180 points now. They have one more elimination, and they're 7 points away from Alliance, and they still have placement points. Oh my gosh, Team Flash. Will this be the map that turns everything around for them?
And for now, four teams remain in just around as we get closer to 15 minutes. Again, four teams remain, and Flash, this is their opportunity to catch up to DRX. If they can get that winner chicken dinner, will be able to turn things around. But RQ Ryu as well and Inner Circle will be fighting for that spot in the number 5. Currently, RQ Ryu has taken that already, and if they are able to get that chicken dinner, then surely they can also catch up to Thunder Talk, which could also destroy the streak of Thunder Talk right here, since they were also at the number 3 spot, and now if they will lose, then they will definitely be moving 2 steps down. So again, this is really what I love about the last day of the PUBG tournaments, because you will never know which team is gonna be the winner, because even now, because the points are really just close, so we don't know how many points are I mean, we don't know which team will win it all. But yeah, I mean, it's just so insane. Right here, Team Flash already getting one down from Inner Circle, a few more, and then go in for the shots, and still manages to find one before falling down to the hands of IQ. He goes out, but
Oh,
he will literally go out, and that would mark the end of Inner Circle.
oh my gosh. And that was a scene out of like a cartoon, just by the window. But over here, RQ Ryu spots Genpa. That's a lot of long range bullets, but it's not enough to finish off QZZ. But here we find Upton as well. Okay, let's see. With a lot of connections, that's a really nice aim coming in for them. Milu looks like they're gonna be falling by the hands of RRQ. From another angle, RQ with the 13 eliminations, amazing, amazing performance. And right now, it's RQ RIU rather, with the 4 players left remaining. Team Flash, they lost 1 player, but still they're on a roll. Tianba, however, with the duo, let's see if RQ is going to be storming in. It looks like they'll go the aggressive. They have the initiation in. They're going to be storming into the building. QZZ taking a lot of damage. Musang, however, I think there's one down from RQ Ryu. They're just hunting down this last player inside of this building. Molotov coming in. It's going to be finishing them off. YouTube comp falls, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They're gonna go ahead and wipe out Kemba from the map, and it looks like Team Flash will be joining in. All the while, RQ Ryu still trying to reset. This is a good time for Team Flash to come in, because I believe YouTube Com is still trying to heal up. They're low on health, but 16 eliminations from RQ Ryu. Come on, if they held on to this energy since day one, we may see like whole domination from Ryu. But right now, it's just absolutely insane energy. And they're going up to Team Flash of all teams. Team Flash, an amazing team, just went ballistic yesterday, racking up so much points, jumping up several ranks. But over here, it's just between these two amazing teams. Question is now, who among these teams are gonna get the chicken dinner with this last Erangel map? It's all a matter of positioning as of the moment, trying to see like where the position is good. They're gonna be taking a bunch of buildings for themselves, perhaps getting more information. But over here, it looks like there's a start. RQ takes, I believe, a vehicle elimination up against Team Flash.
And with this in hand, Arkirayo, they're looking forward to their victory, and it is really looking good since they are also complete. And at the same time, 16 eliminations is enough to get you on the line and really on fire right here. Flash ready for that fight. Tops will be able to find one. RQ will also put up a fight, taking Tops down, one of the key players of Team Flash, and they're just moving around with their vehicles as well. So this is gonna be very hard for them to spot. The smoke will be only enough to cover them down, and they just have to look for the other members of Team Flash. And I think they have heard those vehicles who are trying to go for those shots, but it will not connect for now. They will revive some of their teammates. While Tops has that information, they can use it to communicate with the rest of his team, going in for another round of those bullets, but it will not connect just yet. Enough time to go in, but exposes himself too far and too open, giving the winner chicken dinner towards Arkirayu.
Oh my gosh. Arcurai being absolutely insane. I think they almost hit the 30-point total points. Plus, that's just absolutely amazing. I mean, getting that chicken dinner alongside double digits on the elimination is just absolutely insane. There we have it. Arcurayu, the chicken dinner winners for our very last Erangel map. What an amazing last couple of minutes going up against Team Flash of all teams as well. So right now, I'm wondering what the leaderboards look like because last I saw RRQ Ryu, they were at number 4. And so it's gonna be a huge jump because there's still 10 points from replacement points. So question is now from, I believe they were ranked number 7 at the start of the day, maybe even lower, and all of a sudden they're gonna be jumping up by quite a lot. Here they have 19 eliminations, almost reaching 20, so that's almost 30 total points from this map. So that's Rospec, the Triple W Calm, Musang, and oh my gosh, it's just absolutely amazing. Even the head-to-head is just amongst the players themselves. And really love to see it. I really love to see it. I really love to see it. Arcurai is just quietly but surely climbing up the leaderboards, being like an unexpected contender up against the top 5, especially since the RX, they're just playing it safe so far. They definitely need to be more aggressive, especially since there's the last two teams. Team Flash still flashy but getting overshadowed as of the moment by Alpha 7 Gaming and RQ. Also Alliance maybe falling off just a bit, maybe playing it safe so far. Thundertalk, they haven't been making a name for themselves so far, so they're slowly falling off. So with that, yes, these are the statistics for the game, and these are our match rankings.
Yup, and it's very. I like how the logos are really different from match 1 to match 4, and very big hands to RQ Ryu. Currently our MVP is still gonna be Red Bull from Vampire Esports with a 43 eliminations and a whopping damage of 7,438. And again,
Ooh.
Alliance still leading with 189 points, but now they're being tied up with Team Flash. Team Flash being able to come back to the leaderboards once again to their number 2 spot, and now actually tying it up with Alliance. Arkirayu from all the way from 6th place now jumping onto the 3rd spot, putting DRX back to where they belong, number 4th. And to follow that up, Thunder Talk with number 5. And this is what I've been talking about, Inner Circle and Vampire Esports. They've just been, contesting onto which team will remain at the number 5 spot. But we have two more games. We have two more games to finally end it all and to close this book once and for all. But yeah, before that, we're gonna be in a short break. So yeah, stay tuned, guys. We'll be back.
Here we are back to PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2, and we just saw the last of our wrangles. Right now, we will be moving on to our map number 5, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. It's going to be the last two chances for these 16 wonderful teams that are participating tonight. So, right now, we are your casters once again. My name is Annie, and Mike is with me.
Thank you so much for that, Annie. And we are definitely back. Moving on to the last matches. Actually, the last two. And ready to close this book. We are done with Rondo. We are done with Erangel. Now we are finally ending this chapter once and for all with two more Miramar matches. And I think the teams are very much ready for what's going to happen later on. We're going to be seeing the drop zone prediction in just a few moments, and actually just right now. And yeah, we have here sort of the same, really. But yeah, currently the teams will be kind of spread out, but at the same time huddled together. So I wonder if the last two matches for Miramar will be all about the teams fighting whenever they see each other, or is it more of a preservation type of style?
Yes, that's exactly what DRX is like going for. They're just going for the survivability rather than the aggression. And here with the drops and predictions, actually, what we should probably look out for is maybe Hacienda de Pachon. That's usually where the early game engagements go for some reason. They always drop off in the same area. And yes, it's very accessible as of the moment. And also Los Leones, sometimes we can see early game engagements there as well because there's several teams vying for that area. Either Los Leones or La Bendita. And it looks like Los Leones might be a little bit far off, so maybe look out for San Martin and Graveyard as well. Maybe El Pozo. Let's just keep an eye out on that as well. And usually it would just be Virtus Pro that tries to land into Valle de Mar. So since Virtus Pro is not joining us in, we might not be seeing much action towards the southern part of the map, but let's just see if things might change later on. It looks like we'll be starting off with a bunch of drop-off points. It's Alpha 7 that will be going to El Pozo. And Alpha 7 is definitely one of the teams you should be watching out for. Apart from RQ Ryu, which has like this team has just been getting so much elimination points alongside the placement points as well. So it's Alpha 7 and RQ that are very, very aggressive as of the moment, racking up so many elimination points. And Team Flash is still being Team Flash. They're still getting those elimination points, but might be getting picked up a little bit too early on every now and then. Their survivability is kind of rocky. What I'm really worried about is Vampire Esports. They've been a little bit quiet alongside Thundertalk Gaming as well. But here, our first circle is going to be closing in around Los Leones. There's a bit of water to work around with, about 40%. But over here, it looks like Law will be falling by the hands of Team Flash, and Vampire Esports also finds Inner Circle. These are our first few early game engagement. I can still see a little bit of damage being taken. IQ falls. C24DP is going to be nearby Fallout, but it's going to be too late. There's another person from Vampire Esports just closing in. T24 backs away so fast. He's like, nope. Influence Rage gets eliminated off a little bit too early on. Once again, guys, this is their second to last chance. After this, if you get eliminated off, there's only one last chance for this tournament, so they have to make the most out of it.
And with 15 teams up and running, Inner Circle losing member, gonna be trying to fight them, but behind him he wasn't quite aware. He still manages to put a fight, and he makes it out alive, but he will fall down. Vampire Esports answers the call and just takes them down. A few more hits from IQ, but he will make it out alive. Vampire Esports finally a nail to the coffin by the hands of Inner Circle. They will be eliminated, taking rank number 15 in this round. They have only one more chance to make it up for their mistakes and being able to climb to the number 5 spot. But currently, the teams have been very much surprising, with Team Flash currently leading with 193 points. Alliance already falling behind by one step. RQ Ryu holding on to their number 3rd spot. and DRX also to their number 4. Right here, the Xavier also eliminating Tianba, and if they will be able to make it up, then definitely actually still puts up a fight and takes them down. Tianba has the chance to turn everything around, and you know what? I forgot the name, but the rest of the teams are still pretty much aware at this point on where they will situate later on, or maybe they will focus more into attacking these teams.
Absolutely, and now kind of watching out for any other sort of engagements over here. Xavier's still lingering about. Tianfa is just resetting just a little bit here. GG Bond just needs a little bit more of healing here. Inner Circle after that first engagement. Well, they just lost Falak, so that's it for them. But still, Vampire Esports and INF are going to be the first teams to fall down, which is a little bit too fast for the development of this map. But still, we already know that these teams really love going on to the aggressive mostly. I think there's only one map where we haven't seen any early game engagement, but over here it looks like the Xavier is trying to scout the place. GG Pods nearby. Levisho could potentially take this fight. They have a nice scope, but there's also the Xavier trying to surround, maybe flank and Tianpa, so this might not be good luck. Oh, there was a head, and the hitbox goes in. Leviso takes them down, but gets spotted from a distance as well. Not to worry, there is a backup from the rest of their team and nearby as well. I'm not quite sure. No, never mind. The backup's not there. Leviso's all alone. It's not a good look for the Xavier, but at this moment in time, GG Bond's all alone, so Leviso can snag this last kill, you know, just while they're all alone in the solo mission on this Myanmar map. So just one last kill, maybe two, because QZZ is out in the open trying to get to GG Bond, but they're just trying to draw attention, trying to make them peek, and all the while the last other players of Chadpa are gonna try to take him down, but it looks like GG Bond's quite low on health. Let's see if they can get that revive in time. Is it possible? Did GG Bond survive? It looks like they did. Just by sliver of health. Leviso has to heal up. Unfortunately for this guy, Tianma managed to revive GG Bond, denying that elimination point, but this is going to be important. So, what are you doing? You should probably go away. This is 2 versus 1. Leviso gets taken down, and with that, Tianpa snags those 4 eliminations in the bag, taking down the Xavier, but I don't think the action is over just yet. Meanwhile, Burmese schools in Alpha 7 also has their own engagements alongside loops nearby.
Mm-hmm. And with 13 teams remaining, Alpha 7 still trying to fight against all odds with 2 members down the line, and taking few members down from Loops as well. And yeah, currently still Flash is leading. Alliance will be needing more points just to take it back. And the rest of the top 5 teams are, taking their time right here. Since they only have 2 chances, they have to use these chances onto locking onto their spots, and hopefully we get to see it later on. But for now, Obscure back into the game. Alpha Gaming hunting down Loops, and using this building. Loops could have the chance to turn everything around, but they're using the walls to their advantage as well. The Molotov blocking them off, and Gizao will be eliminated right here, being just eliminated 1v2, and with a shotgun in hand as well, still trying to fight back with his rifles. Still, if he does make it, then it will be very impressive, as now that Lubes has been eliminated.
Ooh, Alpha Gaming. I mean, they did well, but Burmese schools is nearby. They heard the footsteps. 2 versus 1, possibly. Obscure. Oh, coming in from that entrance. Gonna be surrounding them. That shots are gonna be giving him away, and that's exactly what happened. Unfortunately, the last Alpha 7 is gonna be falling. Burmese schools came in, get the last elimination point in, and now they have to get away from that place. There's nothing left for them here other than a little bit of looting here and there. Here, Team Flash, okay, we're going to be watching out for these guys. 4 eliminations already. I don't quite see anyone else in Los Leones. So they're still within the circle, so that's fine. What they can do now, maybe go ahead and get some gatekeeping sort of action later on, or maybe they can stay in Los Leones, get a building for themselves. Possibly they can also do that. Right now they're sitting up top at number one. They did tie with Alliance a while ago. And Alliance, they're still not making a move. They're still alive, however, so things can still change by the end of this map. And Ryu's is sitting a couple of points behind as well. In fact, they're 10 points away from Team Flash, and there's Alliance to still get a hurdle out of. But the DRX quietly staying at 182. If they do not want to stay at the number 4 rack, they have to make a move because Team Flash and Ryu are very aggressive teams. Especially RP Ryu, they're being aggressive right now, and it is paying off amazingly. Alliance, they're kind of laying low as of the moment as they started today, but right now they can't afford to be complacent. And in fact, it is basically taking a toll on them in terms of points as of the moment, playing low like that. And right now, Team Flash has overtaken them in terms of rankings. And so hopefully, we see a little bit more action from Alliance, either placement points or eliminations, as long as they try to go up against Team Flash. But over here, DRS is nearby, and there's also, I believe, there's another team that's kind of near the vicinity. So there's possibly maybe or maybe not an engagement that might happen. But right now they're scheming. They're kind of just settling into the area, and I guess we'll be waiting a little bit longer for something to happen in Myanmar.
And with 11 teams, still, ASTRUM DEUS always looking for possible threats right here, but Team Flash once again doing something else, taking one down, and will be waiting for its confirmation. But currently, they are leading, and Tops once again hits someone from Alliance, their current nemesis, and getting that point, finalizing that one. Now leaving Alliance with three members left: RQ Ryu, DRX, and Thundertalk Gaming, still all of them alive but with no points. But right here, it's so interesting to see that Alliance and Team Flash are at it again, but Thundertalk Gaming will be joining the fight.
Looks like that's exactly what's happening. Team Flash coming in. There is I can't quite see. Okay, the camera is moving a little bit too fast, but I think that's Alliance nearby. Okay. And then there's also Thundertalk just by the color of the logo, but here there's some shots coming in. Alliance all alone and just getting into the crossfire of two different teams. So this is definitely not a good idea. They should probably try to get away. And it looks like my Vivi is actually regrouping with the rest of their team, but gets knocked down by a victory from Team Flash. In fact, he gets finished off as well, just like that in just a matter of seconds. Asher Diaz over here. They settled in, and I believe just by the color of the team, there was WEIBO Gaming towards the western part, and yes, that is exactly what happened. There is Asher Diaz, and then there's WEIBO Gaming towards the west. There's Burmese schools coming in from the northwest. DRS positioning themselves to the top of the circle. There's IC quite in the middle, and some other teams towards the right. Everyone's taking position within Los Leones. There's a bit of water within the circle, but it's probably not gonna be much of a trouble anymore. But here in the circle, just taking this car for themselves. As of the moment, everyone's playing it safe. We're still 12 minutes in the game. There's a lot of time to kind of like wait for that circle to close in, and maybe most of these teams are kind of prioritizing safety as of the moment. We'll expect perhaps a DRX for sure. They're gonna be playing it safe. Thunderchalk so far they're not being too aggressive, which is kind of a surprise, especially since I saw Neko Dive a couple of days ago. They just absolutely going haywire. And also, Weibo Gaming for some reason they're not making a lot of noise either today. So I'm hoping to see like some sort of action later on. Here we're looking at Thunderchalk Gaming so far, two eliminations. Master Ichi finds Gypsy from DRS. Team Flash looking out the window, trying to see if they can find any bodies moving around. And in fact, they'll find two different teams. DRX is nearby. Let's see if they'll take any fight.
Yep, and for now, they will be laying low, but and goals suffering, and I think they will be fighting against DRS. If I'm not, yeah, DRS, and right here DRS currently leaving with two members remaining, and they're on the hunt. They will be found later on, unless you know what, DRS also is exposed to a lot of enemies, so they could get spotted anytime soon. And especially that they're staying in a compound, and definitely they will be found in just a few moments. Thundertalk Gaming, however, will be joining this one and will be fighting RRQ, which is really so poetic in terms of these top teams are just fighting for their spots, and all eyes are on them. Inner Circle has made their mark. RQ doing the same thing. Thunder Talk Gaming, one member falls down, still puts up a fight against RRQ, and all of those against all odds. Thundertalk remains with the last member. Still tries to put up a fight with a shotgun in hand, trying to get them down. Gets one. Could be looking for more. Covers areas, covers those entrances before falling down. And Alpha 7 Esports together with Thundertalk Gaming will be eliminated, now down to the last 10 teams.
And we're still 14 minutes in with the Tianfa getting inner circle as well. So I think there's still a lot of things happening. DRS fall, like taking Burmese goes down, Tianfa falling. A king, in fact, will be taken out of the equation now. Tianfa is down to 3 players. Meanwhile, inner circle reminding us that these guys are among the top teams in this tournament, and they have 5 eliminations as of the moment. But unfortunately, Doki is taking a lot of damage from behind. IQ is within the crate, sees exactly what's happening here with Chanba Jijibon. I don't think this guy knows that IQ's nearby. IQ's staying very, very silent. T2 forgets. Finished off as of the moment. WEIBO Gaming's also nearby, but right now IQ's staying really, really quietly. This guy, once again, guys, just reminding you, IQ had that clutch up against RQ Ryu. But right now, 1 versus 1 with Yanba, and IQ is gonna be falling from another angle. QZZ had someone on standby right behind them. Inner Circle is gonna be completely eliminated off as of this moment.
Mm-hmm. And with 9 teams remaining, unknown, Burmese goes being spotted, and will have to, move back for a while, heal himself up, and I think he will look the other way around. I think he will just turn it. Hopefully he does. Hopefully he just waits for that winner chicken dinner, or maybe he will risk it. I don't know. But currently, Team Flash really leading with 195 points. The chances of Alliance catching up are looking very, very slim, especially they're left with their last member, and still no eliminations for now. Arcurayo and DRX now chasing Alliance down. So again, this is what I really love about this tournament, because the teams that are performing well, you don't really know, you don't expect for them to remain on top, because right now the spot of Alliance is being threatened by 2 teams actually, Arcurayo and DRX. Thunder Talk Gaming, they are currently on the number 5 spot, but they are being threatened a little bit by Inner Circle, especially with how, considering with how Inner Circle is performing recently. The same for Vampire Esports, but let's be honest. The performance of Vampire Esports, uh, lacks a little bit, and with that, if they can perform, or maybe just gets those eliminations down, maybe they have the chance of catching up to Thunder Talk, but it's looking kind of slim. It is looking good though for Inner Circle, and again, you don't really know what to expect, because it's just gonna be very surprising later on.
Yeah, kind of wondering what happened to Vampire Esports. Where is Lazarus? Where is Sung Jin Woo? But over here, DRS Nisha is going to be falling. Jeff is right behind this guy. And just going to be watching out for Burmese schools also nearby. Burmese schools had a good run, but now they're down to a few more teams left. For WEIBO Gaming coming in as the third party wipes out DRS Gaming. And Shook's going to be on the rooftop. So far, they only have 1 elimination as of the moment, and now they're kind of just hunting down any other sort of a phrase in the vicinity, trying to see if they can like steal any other kills from some other engagements that over here. There's also Team Flash nearby, and I don't think they are in a good position to initiate any fights as of the moment. And just looking at the leaderboards, yes, everyone's kind of holding on right now. It's Team Flash and Ryu that we should probably be worried about. And Burmese goes, yes, eliminated off, but not without the 8 eliminations so far. And it's just unfortunate that it's the last, second to the last rather, second to the last map. Burmese schools, if they brought this energy earlier, we could have seen them maybe towards the top five and below. But over here, WEIBO Gaming gets spotted by both. None of those bullets are connecting enough, however. But it's a little bit far. The scope is just trying its best, seeing the cars and the movements. WEIBO Gaming, okay, one, it falls down by the hands of AD. Order out of the ground, takes a lot of damage, tries to take down one from ASTRUM DEUS. So going for that a revival as it goes to a lull. AD is a little bit too far from their vicinity, so they're gonna be going ahead and try to reset as much as possible. But here, Team Flash trying to be the third party from afar. And a little bit of a long distance relationship between the three of these. Astro Diaz has to deal with WEIBO Gaming, but Team Flash is trying to get any sort of damage coming in. But AD falls down by a vehicle elimination. Stuff comes in. K1 getting those sprays on spot one on the rooftop. They're going to be going onto the ground. They're going to be storming into the building. Question is now, it's only been a matter of time. But AG, will they survive this onslaught? WEIBO Gaming gets one more. AG all the while in the top. That's a great shot from K1 KI. Yes, and WEIBO Gaming with so far just one elimination. They didn't manage to finish off any of them. AD now it's two. I believe that's the third. And is this the end for AD? It is. WEIBO Gaming gets those 4 eliminations in.
And with 5 teams down, 8 eliminations for Team Flash still up and running. Arkirayu nearing its mark towards Alliance and slowly creeping their way up towards the rank number 2. DRX still needing more in order to catch up, but it is looking slim. And looking at the other teams, TIANBA has the chance to catch up to Vampire Esports, but with one more chance later on, this is gonna be a little bit hard to get to that number 5 spot. And WEIBO Gaming, still the same thing. It is again looking kind of slim. We are now nearing its end, and after this, one more chance before we decide on which teams are gonna make it and are gonna win it. Because for now, it's the eyes are all on to Team Flash, Alliance, Arkirayu, DRX, and THUNDERTALK Gaming. Inner Circle and Vampire Esports, once again, they do have the chance to, push towards the number 5 spot, but it's just it's a little bit harder right here for Vampire Esports because they really need to find that footing in order for them to catch up.
Hopefully they catch up. And RTS, good start with the 4 eliminations as of the moment. But Team Flash is putting a lot of points in gap. So right now their rival as of this moment, Team Flash's rival as of this moment should be RRQ Ryu. They don't have to worry about Alliance too much. In fact, the numbers gap between them is 8 points already. So Ryu, yes, they're steadily climbing, but right now they're only at 4 eliminations. And we saw in the previous map, if you go to 15 or more elimination points, so they have to get that kind of energy in these last 3 maps to get that number 1 spot. It's possible with their firepower, but right now they're struggling to get those engagements in. But WEIBO Gaming with the sprays, TIANBA's falling one after the other. They're all on res. Just a grenade, one good grenade from them. Gonna be finishing them off, and just like that, they fell in one fell swoop. TIANBA gets eliminated off in such a satisfying way with the nice Molotov ending everything. Now we're down to 4 teams. There's DRX. Oh, they're trying to come in, but QXE is going to be falling. They try to play it safe, but now that they're joining in, they're going to be falling one after the other. And of all teams, they're going to be facing RQ Ryu. RQ Ryu is going to be going on the aggressive. Mustang's going to be falling. So from Team Flash, where is Team Flash? They're from the horizon. Tries to find some sort of third party kind of situation. But here, DRX could be sprayed on by WWW.com. And 2 versus 2. Up in the wall. SD's gonna be falling first, and there's two more. Oh, that was so satisfying. DRX fell. Unfortunately, with zero total elimination points, but they had a couple of placement points to go about with. Just a little bit of consolation. Zeus gets spotted right behind the tree. It's a good thing they managed to hide away, and I think Bose can go ahead and give that revive. Bose gets spotted, but YouTube's gonna be falling back really, really quickly. They don't want to risk it. And looks like Zeus gets him finished off from another angle. There's still Weibo Gaming to worry about. WWW.com will fall down. Team Flash up by 10 eliminations. RQ has to worry about two different teams. Both they're gonna be rotating in. There's someone from Weibo Gaming nearby. Let's see if they can spot them, get the elimination in. They're gonna be looting the place up first, and they're gonna be positioning in this building.
Mm. And Team Flash, we're just waiting for the right opportunity later on to V1v3. Weibo Gaming is looking good with a possibility of a chicken dinner, but currently just a little bit of a recap once again. Team Flash still remains firm with their number one spot, widening the gap even further. Our Kurayo already jumping their way towards number two and overtaking Alliance. So this is just really amazing and fascinating to witness because it's usually rare. It's really rare for tournaments like this, like these to happen, where you don't know which team are just gonna win it at the end. So it is very thrilling, and you might not be able to feel that excitement within my voice, but I'm just as excited as you are, guys. I'm very intrigued, and currently this has been the best so far. We have a lot. We have witnessed a lot of teams that have jumped. We have Team Flash, from the second half yesterday all the way up to number one. We have our Kirayu, which was also underperforming in the past few days, but now climbing all the way up to number two. This is so interesting. We have Vampire Esports. They started strong, but currently being overtaken by a lot of the teams who have been pushing through and really exerting those efforts all the way up to day number four. And really, this has been interesting. This has been amazing, and yeah, I hope to see more of these. Currently, still three teams remain, and Weibo Gaming, though they are exposed, I think they are gonna be very bold about this one, and as they try to take down the last member of our Kirayu. And by the way, they don't know that it's our Kirayu, and they don't know that they're left with one member, so they maybe a rough idea. So they're really just being very aggressive at this one because if you're at the side of Weibo Gaming, you also have to expect there's gonna be another one backing him up. But they were able to take him out, and that would mark the end for RQ Ryu finalizing their spot onto number two with 191 points and plus 5 for the third place. We have now Team Flash and Weibo Gaming 3v2.
And now Team Flash versus Weibo Gaming. Two pretty aggressive teams on this map. So Team Flash, they're kind of just waiting for the right move to strike. Okay, they're starting with Order. Order takes a bit of damage. There's Victory nearby as well. So looks like both will be moving into place. You're gonna be using that car. And Weibo Gaming, they have the numbers advantage as of the moment. And right now, I'm a little bit nervous for the positioning of Team Flash. If one goes down, it's gonna be the end. It's gonna be hard to get the revive in. It's gonna be a solo trip for any of the survivors' lives as of the moment. But right now, Weibo Gaming, they're positioned just across this circle. We'll see that stage 8 circle is going to close it, but it won't be too much of a trouble. The important thing is whether or not this stage 9 circle will favor either Team Flash or will it be Weibo Gaming. So right now it's all about patience. And Boss is trying to see if they can get an angle in, not really pulling that trigger until they have like a sure sight. Here, Weibo Gaming, they're playing it safe as always. rather now as always, like they're just being smart about this. They're scouting, moving their screen every now and then, but it's both that's really going on the proactive scene. In fact, they will be moving forward whether or not they're trying to draw attention and trying to see if Victory can get a snipe out of them. That's something that maybe we'll find out soon, but definitely Weibo Gaming's not falling for that, and Victory is in a great position if someone takes the bait or tries to go ahead and go for bows. There's Victory nearby gonna flank them from the eastern part of the map. But right now, it looks like that stage 8 circle is gonna end in a couple seconds, and we'll know where the stage 9 circle is gonna be. If it's gonna favor Team Flash, then Weibo Gaming has to make a move on. Look at that, bows is basically rage baiting them as of the moment, trying to draw them out, or just walking towards Victory. I don't know if they have information that Victory is nearby, but oh, there's a car coming in. Let's see, 2 versus 1. Order falls for it. Victory puts it in with the DB. Both tries to get that Vico elimination, but Victory denies him of that. Okay, grenade coming in. There's 4 chances, and there's 2 grenades for Sook. Okay, just a trace here and there. Victory gets a little bit of damage in, and now Weibo Gaming's that 2 players. Victory, however, gets knocked down, but I don't think that's gonna stop both. Oh my gosh, almost, but Weibo Gaming, they got the elimination in the bag. They got that execution, and they took that numbers advantage to their side. And with that, they got the winner chicken dinner for the second to the last map. So that's just absolutely insane. Great last few seconds, but in the end, it's Weibo Gaming with the chicken dinner.
And yeah, congratulations to Weibo Gaming for getting that chicken dinner. Now that's gonna add 10 points as well. So we're gonna be seeing that later on. But currently, our eyes are gonna be on Weibo Gaming once again. A big congratulations also well done to Team Flash for garnering 6 points as well, getting that second place, and Arkirayu rather. Arkirayu with 5 points as well. So they have been, Weibo Gaming, we have been seeing how they play as well and how they perform. They are gonna be celebrating that winner chicken dinner as well. And yeah, for this one we have eliminations of 11 for this team and a total damage of almost 2,000, exactly 1,828.
And yeah, K1 with the 6 eliminations, Order with 4, Sook with 1. Just absolutely amazing. It's just one of their players got picked off a little bit early on. Here's the head to head. It's a victory from Team Flash going up against K1. 7 eliminations for Victory, 6 for K1. So Team Flash is still being flashy as of the moment. And it's just that they lost the chicken dinner to Weibo Gaming. And here's the match summary, of course. Like with Weibo Gaming, they are a decent team, but only sometimes, for some reason, they got either picked off too early on. Maybe they took too much of a risk, and they fell off like early on into the map, and they couldn't get as much points as they wanted to be. But they proved like every now and then they do have a pretty good performance, and in fact there's actually some like outside of this tournament, Weibo Gaming is actually like pretty decent team. Like even some pro scenes, they have like bets banked on this team, Weibo Gaming. So just I kind of want to see them like pop off, but for some reason they're on the double digits on the rankings as of the moment on this particular tournament. But here, yes, Weibo Gaming with a 21 total points. It's Team Flash with 17, Arkirai with 13, and so on and so forth. ERX only 4 points from that placement points, and THUNDERTALK with only 3. So I don't know. This is gonna be our second to the last match, and we will be going on to our match number 6 in Myanmar. So we won't be having a break before match number 6. So let's just go ahead and appreciate the match rankings. Maybe later on we might be seeing the overall rankings, but yes, this is the MVP. What is that? 43 eliminations from Vampire Esports Red Bull. It's just a shame that we haven't seen much of Vampire Esports these last few maps.
Yeah, and it's gonna be very very sad, but eventually we're gonna be facing on to our eyes are gonna be peeled towards the last match, the match to decide it all. But here we have our last glimpse at the overall rankings before we get to know which team is gonna reign supreme and is gonna stay on top with the first place. Currently holding that one is gonna be Flash with a 206 points. 10 points away from that will be RQ Ryu, and a few more that's gonna be Alliance, DRX, and Thunder Talk Gaming. Now the eyes are on these teams, and the rest are gonna be trying their best to stop them on their journey into getting that first place and to get those prizes. But yeah, very much excited for this one. I'm also as excited as you are, guys. Again, this is so because you never know. You never know which teams will make it right here. So this is why it's so good to look at.
Yes, absolutely. And kind of exciting, I think the real fight is within the top five and maybe even inner circle trying to get into the inner circle of the top five. Try to get like even like maybe fifth place, maybe even fourth place if they have a really good last map. But the gap between the teams are a little bit too big. So not only do you have to get a lot of points, you have to make sure that the team that you're trying to go up against isn't getting as much points as you. So we're gonna be finding out what's gonna happen in this last Myanmar map later on. So hopefully we see something interesting because right now Team Flash they are up top. They are 206 points. In fact, they're the first team to breach the 200 point mark. And left behind the DOS is gonna be it's gonna be RQ Ryu all of a sudden jumping from I believe rank 6 or 7 from the start of the game, like the start of the day rather, the start of the day, and they jumped all the way to number 2, even contending up against Team Flash by 10 points. Alliance. I'm kind of hoping that something changes with these guys because they're slowly like falling behind, letting Team Flash and RQ Ryu pass them, despite having so many gaps in points in between the other ranks at the start of the day.
And yeah, we would be witnessing the end in just a few moments. And they are preparing that one. And guys, just comment down below which team you want to win because right here, you never know. You just don't know which team will win it all. And for now, we're gonna be with this. We're gonna be watching the drop zone and giving us a rough idea on where the teams will, drop later on. And again, hoping looking forward to teams that will be huddled together because it's such a good game to end it all when you're just gonna be gunning at each other and focusing more on the aggression than just playing it safe because I like things that way. I like things chaotic when it's gonna be about that.
Yeah, and it's gonna be the last chance for the 16 teams that are participating in this last map. And thank you so much for the teams for participating all the way up till the end. You guys are absolutely amazing. And right now, that flight path is more or less gonna be like trailing the same way, I suppose. It was a little bit up north the last time, but once again, same kind of things to look out for. Perhaps I'm looking at San Martin or Hacienda del Patron, maybe Los Leones just a little bit, and it looks like everyone's gonna be settling in on more or less the same area. You can see Alpha 7 is probably going to be going for El Pozo. It's just a little bit far off. Weibo Gaming is going the same way, so I'm not sure if they'll go to El Pozo as well, or will they be going to Monte Nuevo. And here, Lux is going for the power grid. That looks like Hacienda del Patron. Yes, it might be INF still. And there's also Thundertalk. They're going for a little bit of a split. And up south, right, rather down south, it's gonna be AD. There's gonna be on the other teams, DRX I believe was also there. So here at the graveyard or this particular area here, Thundertalk Gaming is gonna be taking their own locations, and it doesn't seem like we're gonna be seeing much other teams. The Xavier came in with only 2 players in their lobby, so I think from page number 2 below, they're probably just gonna treat this as a scrims as of the moment because they're a little bit too far off from competing with the Giants. In fact, the number 5 spot is held by Thundertalk Gaming with 173 points. So Well, it's just a little bit unfortunate that this is the last chance of the teams, and it might be too hard to kind of catch up on points. But here in Picado, yes, we did expect this. Just a little bit of a possible early game engagement between IC. There's also Vampire Esports. Let's see if these two teams that fell off all of a sudden in day number 4, will we be seeing something interesting from these two teams?
16 teams up and running. Vampire Esports still looking for the right opportunity, the right footing that they need in order for them to move later on. But so far, the Xavier really suffers a huge blow right here. Vampire Virtus Pro also biting the dust this early, but very very unfortunate right here. And yeah, it's just gonna be up to these teams that will be making it up for whatever mistakes that they can and to get those points as much as they can. Inner Circle still climbing their way up towards the 5th spot, and hopefully they can reach that one. Vampire Esports, they still have to do a lot in order for them to take it back. And yeah, Thundertalk Gaming trying their best to also maintain that number 5 spot.
Yeah, holding on to those splits and points coming in inner circle. There's also BG nearby. Picado, I mean, I was hoping that something would already be happening here, but it looks like they're just keeping quiet. There's at least 3, I even saw 4 different teams within this area, so I'm really hoping that after this one elimination, something else will happen at this rate. But looks like that won't be the case. Everyone is kind of just being playing it safe, especially with the teams that might be vying for at least top 5. That actually I see in Vampire Esports trying to see if they can potentially like steal number 5 rank away. Might be a little bit hard though. For me, schools they're running around quite a lot, and the Xavier down to 2 players. So we're kind of just waiting for something to develop. Here we have a Gui from Vampire Esports getting that Uzi knockdown from Burmese schools. Nothing following up after that, however. Everyone's kind of just peeking corners, looking out the windows. Godspeed managed to be revived, and they're kind of walking around with a little bit of health there. Okay, Noki gets knocked down with a grenade from Labiso on Xavier, and that's one down. T24 is going to be going in for that revive. Vampire Esports is nearby, however. Okay, let's see if they're in the same building or are they a little bit far. So let's just see if they could potentially find out if Inner Circle is nearby. So if they do, it could be an easy engagement that starts in, but right now it doesn't seem to be the case. Everyone's settling back in once again.
Mhm. And with this 5 minutes, still will not be maybe witnessing some action. Actually, ASTRUM DEUS is already starting that one, taking a few members from DRS down, and this could lead to a wipeout later on. But for now, all eyes are on the different teams as well. We actually have I don't know which team. Oh, that's actually Vampire Esports. We also have Inner Circle, and we have a third team as well. So maybe this could break out later on. We don't know when, but it will probably take some time, especially this is the last match, and that's kind of expected already. But for now, Weibo Gaming will be biting the dust with 1 member down, and still up with 3 members, but they are being.
Yeah. And Inner Circle is kind of checking the windows as of the moment. And there's also Vampire Esports. There's still Burmese schools. There's still the last few players of the Xavier. Oh, there's a little bit of damage here and there. Masaichi takes a bit of damage. Is that it? Gypsy falls with the hands of AD. There's AD nearby too. No, actually not. It's in a different area, and they're going up against DRS. Here we go. There's DRS. There's Astrum DS. All the while, A7 and Weibo Gaming as well. I see finally moving up against Burmese schools. All of a sudden, everyone's making a move. Here, let's watch Astrum DS. There's also Inner Circle to worry about. Okay, goes Godspeed. Oh, takes a bit of managed to sidestep rather those Molotov flames, which is a good thing. IQ's just trying to get the angle, right? T24 needs the revive. We're also watching ASTRUM just a bit. A7 gets spotted by WEIBO Gaming. Like the scopes coming in with the ASTRUM as well. Levis05, Master Ichi completely eliminates them off. Confirmation in and confirmed. Right now, still Picado, not much progress after the last couple of eliminations, but still DRS Gaming all the while. I forgot what area it was, but DRS Gaming, they got eliminated off. Alpha 7 and Weibo Gaming also have their own story to tell somewhere out there. But right now, it's just going to be Inner Circle, Burmese Schools, and yes, we did see a while ago, DRS Gaming got eliminated off. We're down to 14 teams. And wow, Vampire Esports joined in. Inner Circle, ooh, that was a nice a peek into the stairway, but all of a sudden, from another angle, BG Godspeed gets a knocky down. Inner Circle gets eliminated off. That was their last chance. Unfortunately, they're only up to rank 6, and they're probably gonna drop more, depending on how Vampire Esports, maybe even TIANBA performs.
Yep, and Vampire Esports has the chance right here to take to catch up to ThunderTalk Gaming, unless ThunderTalk can really widen the gap even further. But right here, they have the chance to take it back, and Burmese goals will be their obstacle from here on out. If and maybe they'll decide if they will move forward later on or not. Team Flash on the other hand already eliminating one member from DRS, confirming that kill, and I think they do eventually. But while here, Burmese is gunning them down. Fear, but it will not work. Vampire Esports will clean them down and will be enough to at least move forward. Burmese goes down to the last enemy right here, and Godspeed is eliminated. The grenade bounced back, leaving him with a little bit of disadvantage. But you know what? The fight is not over between DRX and Flash, and DRX walks away, currently taking number 13 spot. Team Flash still makes it out alive. Two players remaining, 3 eliminations, and already into the 200-point mark. Araki Ryu still looking good. 4 of them pretty much alive, and 3 eliminations going strong. Vampire Esports, DX Xavier, we are not done. Thundertalk Gaming also facing a different monster at this point, but for now, it will be Alliance trying to take them all out before they can have the chance to chase them down. DRX will stay towards that number 4 spot, and Vampire Esports left with the last player remaining. It's gonna be a difficult, point from here on out for Vampire Esports to catch on to that number 5 spot, but Thundertalk Gaming still has that chance.
And I really love the fact that Picado is getting eaten up by the blue zone. Finally, it's going to be forcing the multiple teams nearby to finally make a move. Here, Vampire Esports down to their last player. I believe Burmese Schools is also down to their last player. Okay, grenade coming in. AD is getting baited over here, trying to see if Newsy could get this sort of damage in. Oh, but that only gives away their location. There's a lot of burning from that Molotov, but after that Molotov goes down, the question is, will that grenade hit? And it looks like they're cooking up the grenade, and all the while A7 and Team Flash. Oh no, Team Flash. They can't get picked off here, or they'll give this chance to Ryu. Unfortunately, Team Flash gets eliminated off. Now, Ryu is 10 points away from Team Flash, and they've equalized in terms of elimination points. And we're still 11 teams in. If Ryu gets eliminated off, they cannot go after Team Flash. But right now, we're gonna be watching ED go up against no, that's not Team, that's Vampire Esports. Yes, Vampire Esports finally gets wiped out by AD. But over here, Loops go versus Alliance as well. Alliance, they're at 190 as of the moment. It looks like that would be the last of them. 190 is gonna be their final points, like so far, just on the maps and themselves. And, well, looks like Ryu and FL have to solidify their place above Alliance. But here, what a shot. Yatka is going to be falling by the hands of AD. AD, they're up by 6 points. What in the world is happening? The fact is, whenever it's the last few maps, you have to watch out for the bottom teams because they have nothing to lose. They will go up into your face, shoots it point blank, and that's exactly what's happening right now. AG with the 6 eliminations, but now question is Ryu. I think we're all watching out for Ryu as well as Thunder Talk because these guys still have a chance to change their fate. The question is, how will they take that chance?
Yep. And now we're down to the last 8 teams for the last match. Hoping to see the conclusion once and for all. A bit of a recap right here. Flash is already down. Ryu still has the high chance of catching up, but back to the game. Thundertalk Gaming finds one that's gonna be from the side of Ryu. And now looking at here, DX Xavier, one member is being cornered. Still puts up a fight with a Molotov in hand and gets the job done. Taking one down to follow that up. Hopefully they can find him down. He is being cornered right here behind this wall, inside this room, and hoping the shotgun will do his job, but it will only take one and will not be able to confirm that one, saying goodbye, taking the number 8 spot.
We have it 7. We're already up to placing points. INF, yes, they find a couple of eliminations in against fact they get the one. However, here they're gonna be storming in. Loops is gonna be nearby. Someone's taking a bit of damage from the side of Loops. It's gonna be 1 versus 1, but there might be backup from both sides. Law's gonna be falling first. Rapina gets traded off very low on Halvis Loops, and with that, Federal puts that last bullet in, and I think Law can still be revived at this rate. And there's one more player from INF could still be saved. Loops get eliminated off completely. Now we're up to team number 6. I think there are 2 placement points as of this moment. A7 gets sprayed at by RRQ Ryu, but it's not going to be enough. And it might be, maybe, is this the end of A7? I'm not quite sure because there's only 5 teams left. Yep, Alpha 7 Esports falls. 6 points before RRQ Ryu. Okay, I think Ryu is about to overtake Team Flash. The placement points is not enough yet, but there's still a chance that they could get a couple more elimination points. And if they get the chicken dinner, then it's practically set in stone. RRQ will overtake like Team Flash. But if they do not get the chicken dinner, if they finish second place, then it's not gonna be enough to get up against Team Flash. So they have to work a little bit harder, get some more placement points and also elimination points. But over here we're gonna be watching Champa going up against INF, and INF, their one player has been knocked down. They could probably go ahead and give a revive. Champa is going to be rotating out of the area, trying to reposition. Still 14 minutes into game, by the way, and we're already down to 5 teams, 16 players left remaining. Ryu, unfortunately, only half their roster as of the moment. They have a guaranteed, I think, 3 placement points as of the moment. So they still have a ways to go to overtake Team Flash for that number 1 spot.
And since we're now down to the last 5 teams, it's so amazing to it's so amazing and really thrilling to find which team will reign supreme and will get that first place. We do have 2 teams that has the high chance of winning this one, but it does look like Influence Rage could be winning this one. We have Thunder Talk with only 3 players remaining, but 1 point to their name. RQ Ryu with 2, but 6 points. So yeah, again, as what you said, RQ Ryu, they need more to actually catch up to Team Flash right here. And yeah, the rest of the teams, their job is to just really stop them down and to stop their journey into getting those top 5 spots. And we have here Tianba also looking good. Same goes for our Influence Rage and ASTRUM DEUS as well with the 7 points to their team and 3 members up and running. And Thunder Talk Gaming, since they're usually they only lost 1 member, they have the chance to stop everything here.
Yeah. Okay. So still 5 teams left remaining. Still a stage 4 circle, so it's still a pretty wide last area. Here, Ryu is the one that should be working extra hard as of the moment. Team Thunder Talk, right now they've solidified their place in number 5. I don't think Tianba is gonna catch up to them. That's like maybe 20 more than maybe a little bit near 30 points, almost 30 points away from Thunder Talk. So Thunderchalk, well, they're safely up at number 5. It's unfortunate that Inner Circle or Vampire Esports, they haven't managed to catch up in terms of points. And INF just a little bit far off. They had good prospects, but somehow they just like couldn't quite climb up enough. Neko Dive gets eliminated off from the side of TT. And in fact, it looks like it's just gonna be AJ and King from now on. RQ Ryu at the spot. Ooh, the second back in the bag. 7 eliminations on their side, but Kings is gonna be falling. So AJ finds that. Gonna be confirming that as well. And that just leaves AD with the last 2 players. Federal right behind of this boulder and gonna be going to the car. Let's see if they're gonna be making a move against ED, which is nearby. INF is still full squad and taking these eliminations for themselves. Okay, Tianba is also within the game. I haven't quite seen them so far. Either they're a little bit far off from the action or they're playing it safe. I'm not quite sure. I don't even see them on this perspective as of the moment. But that circle's going to be closing in really soon. It looks like Thundertalk is still quite far away from the play zone. But here, Federal takes one. Lorenzin is going to be falling. However, it looks like one after the other. Tianba gets spotted, and I'm not sure how many of them are left as of this moment. Leaderboard say there's last 2 players from Tianba. ASTRUM DEUS spots Thundertalk as well. See if they can get any sort of bullets in. And Federal gets picked off by Milu as well. So there's 2 concurrent engagements as of the moment.
Mm-hmm. And now we're almost nearing its 19th minute mark. And a little bit more before we get on to the last stage of the game. Still 5 teams up and running, and the terrain also gives them more cover and buys them more time to, stay a little bit further into the game. And Astrum Deus, I think, is just doing the same thing. But right here, Tianba will get the job done, gets a grenade kill and grenade knock. But I hear leaving Influence Rage with the last number. That's going to be Diego 3. And in just a few more, if they will be taken out, then it's just going to look grim right here for him. If just, just in case. But Thunderstorm Gaming would try their best to stop them. He spots them and will probably move back and will buy some time, trying to go for some pre-fire and also to scare them a little bit. The grenade ready to be deployed, and in just a few moments, hopefully it will get the job done. The Molotov almost catches up to him, but still quite safe. That's good. That's good. The Molotov also will cover him and will buy him more time for him to get out of there while he can, and also being very careful because if he gets out, then probably someone's out there waiting for him as well. But currently, Thundertalk Gaming is just hunting him down, hoping to slim down the numbers even more. 9 players remaining, 5 players remain. This is gonna be good. And now they won't risk it even. Thundertalk Gaming will not risk it. The grenade will probably be thrown at from the outside. And they get the job done, ending their run while also injuring their teammate. But that would mark Influence Rage and for this series with number 5 spot.
Third party coming in. Tian Baching gonna be coming in with the Molotov. Is that gonna be finishing them off? That's a question. They're cooking up a grenade. And Thundertalk is barely standing up from that engage, but they couldn't even like heal up just in time. Milo's right there in the other corridor, throwing in the grenade. Ooh, King falls. One more. It's gonna be AJ, and AJ gets 1, but will they get the other one? It was a 2 versus 1. What is happening here? That was a clutch from AJ. 2 versus 1 manages to eliminate Tianba completely, despite Tianba being the third party, despite Thundertalk trying to recover from all of that from the last engagement. It's just absolutely amazing. Now, Thundertalk still in the game, and we only have duos from now on. We have 3 teams and 6 players left remaining on the field. Astrum Diaz going in for a more aggressive approach at this time around. There is that's Ryu nearby, but it doesn't look like that Ryu and Astrum Diaz are like engaging. And right now, what Ryu is probably doing as of the moment, they are playing safe. As long as they get the chicken dinner, it's fine. They can get number 1. But over here, little boy, nonetheless, falls down, and that's just like tries to solidify Ryu just a little bit more. They know that it's safe from far off here, and ASTRUM Diaz, they lost one player. Little boy couldn't quite get um finished off. However, the smoke's just gonna be helping them out. I don't think they're gonna be going for that revive anymore because ASTRUM Diaz is gonna be down to one last player. And still, Thunder Talk. Question is now, what will their move be? Because I think RQ Ryu, they're not gonna move unless the circle tells them to. Right now, the Teak is gonna be a little bit aggressive. They know they have nothing to lose. Thunder Talk nearby already guaranteed, maybe even possibly overtaking DRX as of the moment. They could tie possibly if they get like the no. They need to win the chicken dinner. Thunder Talk has to win the chicken dinner or get as much elimination points as possible if they want to get ahead against DRX. But yeah, let's just keep on watching. And RQ, yes, they're gonna be rotating in. Right now, they are 6 points away from Team Flash. So it looks like they actually tied so far with Team Flash. If they get to team number two, if they wipe out AD, so it's kind of guaranteed. But right now, they just need one more elimination point, and they're guaranteed to go up against Team Flash, like overtake Team Flash. Right now, we're just gonna be watching. Thundertop finds AD, scopes out. Oh, they're getting in the car. Now that makes them a moving target. Okay, that's a lot of bullets coming in, but it's not going to be connecting. RQ still has a chance to go up against them. Here, RQ gets targeted as well. AJ tries to get those sprays, so I'm not going to be finding anything. And RQ, a little bit too out in the open for comfort. AJ is going on the aggressive, trying to get any sort of elimination, but right now they're getting distracted by that smoke, and like RQ is definitely not nearby. AJ falls and gets spotted by Musang. And with that, Thunder Talk Gaming is gonna be falling. I think Ryu just overtook Team Flash as of the moment with the 6 placement points. They have 211 points. And congratulations to these guys. But here, it's just gonna be a matter of hunting down the last thing of AD, and I think with this distance, with Musang just nearby, I think it's gonna be quite easy to say that this is possibly the chicken dinner of RQ Riot, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PMISB Chapter 2. I think we're about to see who the champion is gonna be as of the moment. And with that last grenade, with those last shots, guys, your champions for this tournament is gonna be RQ Ryu with such a poetic end to this last map. Congratulations to these guys.
A big congratulations to our Kirayu, which huge jump actually. We have seen their journey from the bottom all the way to the top, and yeah, we're gonna be seeing the points later on, and just to make sure if they will really win it. But again, congratulations to our Kirayu, amazing effort that they have been doing. We have seen their play style and their performance. It was maybe like a slow burn, and eventually rewarding them with a lot of those points, and surpassing a lot of teams really. Really a job well done to RQ Ryu. We'll be seeing the stats later on, but once again, it's so amazing to see because you'd never know. Because again, day number one, we have some teams that were performing well. Then day number two, it was a different one. Day number three, another, and then day number four, it's not even just like for the whole day, but like every match is gives us a surprising turn. But here we have it once again, our Kirayu, our winners for this 110 eliminations and a total damage of 1,333. These are your players. You have YouTube.com, RX Musang, WW.com, and Rospec 0911. So again, uh, very proud of them. Huge congratulations.
Yeah, and to think that RQ Ryu was towards the bottom of page one of the overall leaderboards, and all of a sudden they shot up so many ranks just absolutely amazing. I mean, Team Flash did exactly that, but RQ Ryu did a clutch on the last day. It's just absolutely amazing. I love to see the development of stories. In the first few days of the tournament, it was I think we were looking out for maybe Vampire Esports, DRX, Thundertalk Gaming, Inner Circle, even Influence Rage. We were watching these few teams, and then after that, we're kind of wondering what happened to Team Flash. You were maybe 13, 14, or something. They were a pretty low ranking team in the leaderboards, and then all of a sudden, yesterday, day number 3, they I don't know what they ate, but they got so many points all of a sudden in such a small span of time. And then after that, today it's actually RQ Ryo and Alpha 7 Esports that performed so well consistently for the last few maps. So with that, RQ Ryo shot up so much. Alpha 7, I mean, they trailed behind, not as good as RQ Ryu. They got overshadowed, but still, it's just absolutely amazing to kind of witness, you know. And I think we're gonna be just calculating that leaderboard just for a little bit longer, and then later on, we'll see who exactly our champion is gonna be officially. So with that, congratulations once again to the 18 teams that got into this PUBG Invitational Sudden Battle Chapter 2. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you to Ren Events and One for One Esports for making this possible. And of course, to everyone involved, thank you so much for your hard work, the back end and also the casters, me and Mike. And then, of course, Sam and also Andrew at the back end, holding on to the stream. But guys, I think we're gonna be looking at the stats really really soon. So for that, not really. I can't quite know what we're to expect as of the moment. We're still looking at the MVP, however. Okay, it's gonna be Musang from RQ with the 45 eliminations, and I suppose like still a really good job for RQ Ryo even snagging that MVP. In the last minute.
Hmm. Thank you so much once again. Congratulations to Musang as well, becoming the MVP overall with an amount of 45 eliminations. Of course, big thank you as well to the players for giving us a very, very interesting games. For those 24 games, very interesting and a very amazing to see those results come in. And also, big thank you to the viewers as well. And guys, this wouldn't be really possible without you as well. So very, very big thank you to you.
Yes, thank you to the viewers for making this absolutely amazing. And of course, I mean, it was a really nice run. There was a lot of things that developed after this. And, we're just here for the ride. And a lot of these players, if it's not for the prize pool, it will be for the practice. It will be for the scrims. It will be to go up against some of these really big names. And of course, there's some teams that are um I mean, there was a lot of things that happened in these ATGs, but it looks like we'll be concluding everything as of the moment. Am I correct? You guys can stop me if not, but yes, we will be concluding this stream as of the moment. If you guys want to see what the final leaderboards will look like, do subscribe or follow Red Events on Instagram so to see the official announcements. But as of the moment, we will be ending this stream. Once again, guys, this has been the grand finals of the PUBG Mobile Invitational Sudden Battle, and this was chapter 2. This was the second live. So we're gonna be, I'm not sure if we're gonna be ending. If we are, then we will be saying goodbyes of the moment. Thank you so much for tuning in until this moment. So guys,
Thank
stay
you.
tuned for the official announcements, and for now, goodbye.